I hope I didn't go live several times over. No, I did not. So, what's going on, folk? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, infants, uh, cells, eggs, embryos, you feel me, fetuses, all that. All that. What's going on, all y'all? How y'all doing today? Now we got this stream. Hopefully, it don't lag, because my stream's been lagging, and I've been kind of bummed. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be completely honest. Let's be honest. Okay, I know one law was actually good. One law was actually good, and I'm going to have to go back. Actually, can you just trim out segment, please? Trim. So they're gonna trim out. You see, every time I get a copyright, but there's no strikes, I just trim them craps out. And guess what? Y'all won't catch me slipping. Y'all ain't gonna catch me slipping. YouTube say, you know what, Bisky Goosey, we actually like you. I'm missing her. All right. Get that crap out of here. Now, I do got some food up in there in case this stream runs long and your boy does get hungry. So that's why I didn't bust all my food yet, because I'm saving it for the stream. It's 5:01. We 2 minutes in. You feel me? Let me check YouTube right quick. Let me see what we doing. Let me see what type of time we on. Oh, Dolo Law. That's what you can say. Well, it's no business. Right now. We might go look at Dolo for real. We gonna look at Dolo. Screenshot. Gonna give me a new wall saver. What should it be? It should be some epic. It should be me. Nobody wants that. Season 4 Marathon Adventure Time. They should be putting the marathons on miscellaneous vlogs. That's what I was telling them, for real. Oh, when you have nothing, you still have this. So let's get into, I think all the focus log today, for real. I think I gave us to a 10-year-old on procrastination. W involved. Leech origins, even though Mega 11 mutants try to run away from. Is he even like that? Let's check it out.
This isn't gonna work.
It better not be a video with a dude with a weird voice on it. He better have a cool voice. These comic dudes be getting on my nerves with the, you know, it's okay to have that, but they don't be doing justice like that.
Cameron Bright brought one of the most underrated characters on screen when X-Men: The Last Stand came out. Leech, the mutant who can negate any power around him, honestly deserved to be in the movies, and while Cameron Bright did not paint himself green to accurately portray Leech, we do appreciate the lack of hair. Introduced back in 1983 in issue number 179 of Uncanny X-Men, the little green guy with no hair and no nose, while he may look extremely weird and a little scary, is nothing short of a sweet kid, and it is kind of unfair how many bad things have happened to him. In today's video, we will take a little tour through his character arcs as seen in the movie and the comics.
Oh, I remember this man, yup. Tap in. I remember the X-Men movie when he beat up the Juggernaut was coming through the wall, and then he was like, boop. Alright. Knock Juggernaut block off. But
stay tuned and let's get to it.
Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Now let's get to it.
Leech from the X-Men: The Last Stand. X-Men: The Last Stand may not have been everyone's favorite. Every X-Men fan.
Testing. Nah, hold on. Still got a little lag. Sandy saw seashells by the seashore. Okay, we ain't lagging, we good.
Has to admit that thanks to that movie, a lot of characters who were not as mainstream as Cyclops, Storm, or Wolverine came to popularity, such as Callisto. Now, in the comics, when Callisto formed the Morlocks, she did so with someone called Leech, and you guessed it, Leech was also in the X-Men: The Last Stand movie. In the movie, Leech, who was also referred to as Jimmy, had the power to effectively neutralize anyone's mutant powers by just being near them. Because of this, Leech was going to play an extremely important role in forming the cure to
That's an OP power to have. Like, you can neutralize anybody's power. You can y'all watch My Hero Academia where, well, she couldn't actually, she had two abilities in her quirk. She could speed up, like, make a quirk powerful, or she just can take it away. Like, it just basically do what Leech does, like, neutralize the power and stuff like that for a very long time. Like, and finally, the mangaka of My Hero Academia played with Ares' power, like, she can give, say if I had super strength, right? But my strength is not on Hulk's level, or it's not like I can't pick up a mountain. She could touch me and make me pick up mountains, buildings, and all that. But say if my powers got taken away, my strength powers, you feel me? From her court, like, they made bullets of it like they did in the X-Men movie. They made bullets of it and they shot it, you feel me? Wolverine stabbed Magneto. They was trying to stop the humans from making the cure. For the mutants and stuff like that. They really, you get to just, you watch X-Men, but yeah.
the mutant's
Cool
powers.
power.
He was kept in the very famous Alcatraz Island and was undergoing research. Now, Magneto and his Brotherhood of Mutants were all about the whole preservation of mutants. Of course, the preservation of mutants would become extremely difficult if the cure was made from Leech. So, to prevent the whole thing from happening, Magneto decided that the best thing to do would be to kill Leech. Together with his Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto showed up at the research facility on Alcatraz Island with an absolutely foolproof plan. However, what Magneto was not expecting was to find the X-Men there, defending the facility along with the humans. This led to an all-out war outside, with iconic fights like Storm and Callisto going after one another. In the middle of this chaos, Magneto sent Juggernaut to go find Jimmy. Now, as the X-Men were there to protect him, hearing that threat, Kitty Pryde phased through the walls trying to get to Jimmy first. While she does get to Jimmy first, she is unable to escape with Jimmy because her power is neutralized in his presence. Using some quick thinking, instead of running away, Kitty waited with Leech in his cell. Soon enough, Juggernaut showed up, crashing through the walls like a wrecking ball. Once he was there, Kitty taunted Juggernaut until he charged at them. Kitty pulled Leech out of Juggernaut's way just in time.
Hold on. Okay. So what was hilarious about it? She was like, "What you gonna do, dickhead?" And he was like, "I'm the Juggernaut."
I got pre-qualified and shopped by my monthly budget, so I know it's a good decision. Unlike Jenny's new piercing.
Out, like literally. He got knocked out cold. That crowd was hilarious. When I was
if you want to be on camera, you want to be behind the camera, you want to do radio, podcast, whatever it is, this is a program.
We're gonna walk them back up, and they said,
Kitty pulled Leech out of Juggernaut's way just in time.
Look. Imagine you literally, I would have just swatted her out the way. It came, choked him out, left. Magneto didn't debrief this doofy about your powers will be neutralized when you come in his radius. So soon you gotta do the due diligence. And look what happened.
Juggernaut clashing head-on against the wall. With his invulnerability gone, thanks to Leech and his powers, Juggernaut lost consciousness from the crash, and using that as an opportunity, Kitty and Leech left the facility. The last we see of Jimmy, he was in Xavier's school for gifted youngsters as a student, and Storm, the new leader of the team, was very welcoming towards him. That is the last time we see Leech in the movie series, and honestly, that was a very hopeful ending for his character. True origin of Leech. However, when it comes to the comics, things were not so simple. You see, when it comes to the comics, the way the character of Leech was portrayed was far different than its movie counterpart. In the comics, Leech's family left him to die after his powers manifested. However, he was soon found by Caliban, the mutant who had the power to see other mutants. Once Leech was found, Caliban invited Leech to join the team he was a part of. See, Caliban came across Callisto, the mutant who made the tunnel system her home. Together, these two allied, and under her urging, Caliban was looking for other mutants who were abandoned by their family and needed a safe place. Leech was always found to be near Anna Lee, who had the ability to project her emotions. As Anna Lee struggled with depression after losing her children, and as she was a projecting empath, whoever was around her was incredibly affected by her depression. However, thanks to Leech being around her, it effectively neutralized her powers, making it easier for her to socialize. This closeness led to Leech often seeking some sort of motherly affection from Anna Lee. Now, Anna Lee, who was understandably traumatized from losing her child, was not ready to be close to Leech. However, soon enough, thanks to their friends, Anna Lee eventually warmed up to Leech, accepting it whenever he called her mama. Life as a Morlock and the Massacre of Mutants. Leech had soon integrated himself into the group of Morlocks, the people who were living in the tunnels under the guidance of Callisto. Life was decently good there, but not for long. Rusty Collins, better known as Fire Fist, was assumed to have entered the Morlocks' alley. Following him, Artie Maddox and Skids came down the alley. They expected to meet Rusty, but instead they came across our boys, Leech and Caliban. That was also coincidentally the same time the Marauders attacked the Morlocks. The Marauders were a group of mutants under the guidance of Mr. Sinister, and they were basically killing off any Morlock they could find. Artie, Leech, and Caliban were attacked by Sabretooth, but they were saved by the X-Factor. At one point in the midst of this chaos, Leech and Caliban got separated from Artie. Several Morlocks were dying around them, scaring the two mutants. However, Powerback showed up soon enough and saved the two mutants from all of this. They took them back to the X-Factor complex, and that was when Leech learned that Anna Lee was killed in this brutal fight, along with many others. Now, Caliban and the other Morlocks who were saved decided that it would be better if they went back to their home, the alley. This led to Leech and Artie parting ways. Beast, who had initially brought Leech to the X-Factor complex, tried to help him reconsider. While he was doing so, he was attacked by the Mask. Mask fought with the Beast and soon disfigured him. He would have gone further, but before he could, Caliban and Leech showed up. With Leech negating their powers, Caliban was able to beat Mask up and force him to change Beast back to who he was. But this was not the last time Artie and Leech ended up crossing paths. Generation X and the troubles it brought with it. Artie and Leech actually ended up going to a boarding school together. This boarding school, called St. Simon's, took them in despite their mutations, which was a big deal. Once they joined the classes, they ended up finding another mutant of their age known as Takeshi Matsuya, also known as the Whiz Kid. Now, these two mutants were assumed to be infants and were kidnapped. Who kidnapped them? Naastir, the demon, of course. The demon wanted to get his hands on 10 infant mutants, so when he saw Artie and Leech there, who were definitely not infants, you can imagine how disappointed he was. But despite that disappointment, they were not set free. In fact, the demon held them captive, and when the students of X-Factors, who called themselves the X-Terminators, showed up, they got captured as well. With so many mutants, the demons teleported them to Times Square. There, Magic, a member of New Mutants, was trying her best to open a portal to Limbo, the dimension full of demons, to get her teammates out. But this was proven to be much more difficult than initially thought because the demon had gotten 10 mutant infants in his hands. These 10 kidnapped infants were known as the Inferno Babies. He basically got the babies to do this whole ritual by placing them on the ends of the pentagram. As these kids did not have any impurity, their pure souls acted as the physical conduits for this whole ritual. On top of that, as kids, they did not have remotely enough control over their powers, so whatever amount of power the demon forced into the kids would not have any other choice except to accept it as is. Now, with the Inferno Babies gathered, the demon Naastir was proving to be quite difficult to beat. The portal he had opened was not closing no matter how hard anyone tried. The X-Terminators were still trapped. That was when, thanks to Taki, Artie and Leech were able to figure out how to get into the computer that the demon was using to keep the portal open. Once they figured that out, they were able to shut down the computer, weakening the portal and saving the X-Terminators. Once the X-Terminators were freed, Artie and Leech joined them and decided to do a rescue mission on the babies. They joined hands with the New Mutants, and now the plan was to disrupt the pentagram and close the portal. Rusty, yes? Firefist suggested that the X-Terminators look for Taki while the rest work on rescuing the infants, and sure enough, that worked out really well. Leech ended up sitting together with the infants while everyone else tried to get back Magic. After the whole event was over, the new Terminators and X-Mutants went back to the X-Factor ship together with the Inferno Babies and their new friend Gossamer, who showed up thanks to Magic's adventure in Limbo. After this incident, the two boys went back to St. Simon's and went back to studying like they were supposed to. However, soon enough, they were kidnapped yet again, this time by the Gene Nation. The Gene Nation was basically the second generation of the Morlocks who survived the whole mutant massacre that happened, which led to Annalie dying.
Dang. This whole thing been going stupid. This whole thing been going stupid. They need to turn off these ads though. They need to turn off these ads. This whole thing going crazy. Everything going wild here.
These people were actually brought up in a different dimension that had a faster flow of time. Came back to the original dimension with one goal: to hurt anyone who had wronged them. Now, the Gene Nation targeted as many humans as they could, and they did not show them any mercy whatsoever. As we have discussed before, the Morlocks were formed by a group of mutants who did not have any place to go, and understandably, the mutants were kicked out like this because of humans. Leech and Artie, despite being there during the massacre that wiped out the majority of the first generation of the Morlocks, did not feel any type of vengeance against the humans as these people did, and so they did not want anything to do with them. However, there was no way they were able to escape, so they both waited until Generation X showed up and saved them. Indebted to Generation X, the two boys decided to join the group as junior team members for a while. Once rescued by Generation X, the boys shifted to the Massachusetts Academy under the care of Emma Frost. While at the Massachusetts Academy, the boys met Franklin Richards, son of Reed Richards and Sue Storm. This fateful meeting led to the boys becoming a part of Franklin's team of superheroes known as the Daydreamers. But this team did not last for long, as when Franklin's parents came back from the alternate dimension that they were trapped in, the group disbanded. So with that, Leach and Artie returned to their academy life with much more interest in active roles. Soon enough, however, the academy went bankrupt. In this moment, Emma Frost gave Artie and Leach an image inducer so that anyone who looked at them would see them as normal humans. However, the two boys ended up abusing the technology, and soon enough, their identities were revealed. This in turn led to the identity of the Academy as a home for mutants to be revealed as well, and was completely shut down. All the kids were sent to safer places, and it was assumed that Leach had been moved to a different institute. However, the truth was far from that. The bitter truth and abuse of Leach's powers. Soon enough, we find out that Leach was never actually transferred to a different school. He was instead moved to the Weapon X program, and he was forced to be a part of this machine that would take away the powers of any mutant attached to it. Once the power was taken from a mutant, this machine could also project the power to any other mutant, which made this machine significantly dangerous. Sabretooth, who was a part of the Weapon X program, basically took Wolverine's healing powers away using this very machine that we are talking about. This procedure was understandably grueling, and Leach miraculously survived the whole ordeal. However, even after siphoning his powers, the Weapon X program did not let him go and used him to keep the other mutants they had captured in check. Freedom, but at what cost? So when the M-Day happened, a lot of mutants lost their powers. Surprisingly, Leach was the one who did not lose his powers. He somehow managed to escape from the Weapon X program, and he showed up at Neverland. Outlaw decided to take Leach in, but unbeknownst to him, Leach was completely mind-controlled by Johnny D. Johnny D wanted to kill off Mr. M, and he used Leach to do that. Lee touched Mr. M and negated his powers, and then Magma, another mutant, touched Mr. M to kill him. However, there was no guarantee that the plan was a success because Mr. M evolved into a bunch of butterflies, which one can look at and assume he lived on in a way. Leach then ended up joining Lorelei, hoping to leave this turbulent life behind. However, the moment after we saw him in the alley with Caliban, where Caliban got incapacitated by a blast, Bliss attacked Leach and injected him with poison. Before the Civil War happened, Leach was living in the camps on the Xavier Institute property. The whole area was surrounded by sentinels, which stopped mutants from coming through. Eventually, Domino and Shatterstar freed him, and together they went to the safe base that Captain America had designated for mutants. There was a standoff between the SHIELD and X-Men about the mutants, and while this was happening, Johnny D and General Laser were trying to wipe out the mutants. Finally, with the help of X-Men, Sentinels, and some Avengers, the mutants who were still using their powers were saved from this massacre. Cyclops' powers went crazy during this fight, and Leach negated them, saving his life. The recent events in Leach's life. The last we saw of Leach, he was actually given a key to the Baxter Building and was asked to live with the Fantastic Four as a part of their future foundation. This was obviously because he was buddies with Franklin. In fact, this whole conversation happened at Franklin's birthday party. Leach ended up accepting this offer and stayed with the Fantastic family as a ward of Reed Richards. He was also seen helping a student from the Avengers Academy. This student was Hazmat, and she was unable to go outside without her containment suit. However, thanks to Leach's powers, she was able to go outside and even meet her parents without endangering anyone she loved, as Leach's powers negated hers. Once Krakoa, the mutant nation, was established, Leach became a citizen there with his friend Artie, and we saw the two boys fighting in the Silver Samurai Dojo and Leach winning against Artie. From comics to screen, unraveling the diverse depictions of Leach.
If y'all don't got Arcade, y'all better get Arcade. Arcade has the best samples in the
diverse depictions of Leach. While one might think that Leach's first television appearance was the movie, that is quite incorrect. We get to see Leach in the X-Men animated series and X-Men Evolution. In the animated series, Leach is shown to be suffering from a disease that seems incurable. So he gets a blood transfusion from Wolverine, and thanks to Wolverine's healing factor, Leach gets better. Now, this version was short and sweet and did not necessarily explore his character a lot. In the X-Men Evolution, Leach leads a very different life. Firstly, his last name is Leach, while in the comic, Leach is the codename he gets. On top of that, in this storyline, he has a mother who refuses to believe that he is a mutant. Even though his mutations are manifesting, she keeps telling him to suppress them and prohibits him from learning about mutants for his own safety. One day, Leach is at a store with his mom to buy some stuff as one does, and he's getting bullied by the people there. Spike, who as most of you know is a mutant, comes to his rescue. This leads to him having more conflicted emotions about the mutants as this mutant has saved him, but his mother has vehemently insisted that mutants are bad news. Eventually, when the Morlocks and X-Men are trying to fight off the MRD, Leech's power manifests in a full-fledged way, leading to him negating every power around him, including kinetic, electric, and mutant powers. When Apocalypse shows up in the X-Men Evolution to defeat him, Rogue decides to bring in Leech. Using her power, she absorbs some of Leech's and disables all the machines that Apocalypse is using in order to stop him. How powerful is Leech? While the movie did not give Leech his telltale green skin tone or his rich backstory, the one thing that the movie version did not change was his power. Leech has the ability to project a dampening field of sorts from his body. When in the vicinity of this field, none of the neural pathways that are related to some paranormal abilities will work, preventing people from sowing their mutant or magical abilities. The radius of this dampening field is about 10 yards from where Leech is. On top of this, sometimes, based on the power he is negating, Leech's power can even change the physical appearance of a person. While the ONE, or 1, consider him a low threat, I personally think that Leech can easily create more chaos than we think he
Okay, so hold on.
can by canceling out the powers of people at some vital time. Marvelous Verdict. While the ONE, or 1, consider him a low threat, I personally think that Leech can easily create more chaos than we think he can by canceling out the powers of people at some vital time.
If I had this ability and I was this green dude and I was a mutant, one thing about superpowers, like if we all was to get superpowers, dog, your brother might be like an animal, or if it works off genetics and stuff like that, your brother might have super speed, you might have super strength. Or literally, your brother might be an animal. Your family powers might manifest differently. Sometimes you might get the same type of power in the family, but most times you probably won't. But if I was this dude right here, bruh, I hit the bruh. He only 4'2". He 42 Doug. Literally 42 Doug's height. 4'2", 42 Doug's height. He 42 Doug's height. Bruh, I got powers, bruh. Literally, bruh. Hand-to-hand combat. Bro, if I can nullify powers, bro, I'm the most dangerous mutant ever. If I get in close proximity with you, I shut your powers off, bro. I can grab any type of gadget, weapon, or any and get you out of here, bro. If you're a powerful mutant, and I'll be going stupid on. I'll be jumping out the planes and stuff. I'll be going on missions. I'll literally come in like a bullet. If I had this, it's really. You see, some of these people, like some of these mutants, they just got basic powers. Like literally, you can't like Domino. She just lucky for real. Let's be honest. Wolverine, he got healing factor and he got ability. Now they trying to stack on stuff, but Wolverine is still nasty though. Cause Wolverine, he like that. You feel me? But this dude right here, if I had those abilities, I'd be a problem for it. Don't literally Why wasn't he trying to take out people's powers when he was, bro, I'm trying to leave. I would have looked at the other mutant like, what offense or defense do you have? Because we about to get out of here, dog. Like, literally, we about to get out of here. Bro, we about to knock them out. I'm about to make them have a mad migraine. And every time they walk up in the tunnel, guess what? Their powers don't work. And then, as soon as they come, pop, Scott, get them out of here. They out of here. I ain't worried about them no more. Bro, his powers is actually OP. Tragic backstory.
Marvelous Verdict. The movies may not have done a lot of things right, or maybe they have. The opinions vary from person to person. However, as a budding X-Men fan, I was personally extremely grateful to the original X-Men trilogy for introducing me to characters like Callisto and Leech. Leech's power is really cool, and I would honestly not be surprised if there was an arc where his power was being misused to oppress the mutants of Earth-616. I, for one, am very excited to see the new adventures and misadventures Leech will end up embarking on in the future issues of the X-Men comics.
And if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already.
Man, changed the audio. I knew he was going to be on Freak Boy Tom. Y'all want to watch DC Metal too? We might just be in comic books for real. We might. Oh no, hold on. Let's look at Blade.
Have you ever heard of a monster that is literally capable of scaring the shit out of other monsters? Well, we're talking about the Slayer of the Undead. Someone who makes even monsters lose sleep. Say hello to Blade, a creation of writer Marvin Arthur Wolfman and the late penciler Gene Colan. Come to think of it, it's been 50 long years since this fictional character first made his debut in the world of comics. For those who don't know, Blade initially appeared as a supporting character in the 10th issue of the horror comic book series.
I remember when I played Ultimate Alliance. See, I'm a comic book fan, but that green costume with the shades that Blade had back in the day, bruh, that was his nastiest costume. No law.
Dracula back in 1973. And of course, it didn't take Blade much time to garner a huge fan following. In fact, the character became so popular that he started starring in his own storylines not long after. This brings us to the main content of today's video, where we'll explore the entire life of Blade, or in other words, Marvel's most favourite and feared vampire hunter. This video will be an interesting in-depth analysis of the character, so we suggest that you stay tuned until the end of the video. Are you ready? Let's get to know Blade, shall we? Now, just before we go into our video, we have a small request. If you enjoy our content, then please support us by subscribing to the channel. It's a small click for you, but for us it means an awful lot. Thank you. Now let's begin. Who is Blade? Where does he come from? You think you know about Blade, but ask yourself this: how much do you really know about this vampire slayer? Born as Eric Cross Brooks, Blade was born in London in a brothel to Tara Vanessa Cross Brooks. Blade's father, Lucas Cross, who happened to be a member of the secret society known as the Order of Tirana, sent his expecting wife to England for safety before he was falsely imprisoned in Latveria. Tara took the identity of Vanessa Brooks and sought sanctuary with brothel owner.
This man, his father was in prison. He got a white dad, by the way, and he black. But I don't want to talk about it. But his father was sent to Dr. Doom's country. That's wild.
Vanity, who also happened to be another member of the Order. With Tara undergoing severe labour complications, she was coerced to seek the aid of a doctor. However, the doctor turned out to be the voracious vampire Deacon Frost, who ended up feasting on Tara and drained her blood while she gave birth. It was primarily during this that Frost inadvertently passed along his vampire abilities, and in this case, certain vampire enzymes to the baby, which left Eric tainted and at the same time prevented him from fully transforming into a vampire. Now, when we say tainted, the enzymes had Eric's bloodstream altered, thereby making him part human and part vampire and rendering him immune to vampire bites. With Tara dead, Eric was left orphaned at a very young age and he was raised in the brothel. While growing up on the streets of London, Eric once crossed paths with an older man who he saw being attacked by a trio of vampires. Eric aided this man, who turned out to be the veteran vampire hunter Jamal Afari, and helped him kill the vampires with the latter's silver-headed walking cane. Afari decided to take Eric under his guidance and become his mentor and a foster father figure. Afari, who was also a trumpet player himself, moved into the brothel with Eric to give him music lessons and teach him how to control his powers. Afari trained Eric in everything from hunting.
This man moved in. Why would a dude off the street move into a brothel just to take care of an orphan? Who allowed that? Who allowed that? Bruh, he went and he played this man played the trumpet and he was teaching him music lessons. Bruh, he was singing to the house. The house. He was trying to get the house. The house. You feel me? He was trying to get the house. The house.
Fighting and to killing vampires. For those of you wondering, yes, it was Afari who gave Eric the menacing moniker of Blade, given the latter's prowess with sharp weapons, especially knives and daggers. Marvelous story arcs of Blade going after Dracula.
Dang,
Blade's driving desire to claim vengeance on the blood-sucking undead led him to stalk many nights on his own. Blade pursued Dracula throughout Europe and led to the Far East, and while he did manage to stake Dracula several times, somehow he never really managed to eradicate the Lord of the Vampires. In China, Blade became part of a small group of like-minded vampire hunters consisting of Azu, Lucenda, Orji and Ogun, and the plan was to hunt down Dracula. Blade decided to opt for a different approach, and after finding his way to Dracula, he told the vampire lord he was part of a group that favoured vampires and their ruling of the world. Further adding that humans stood no chance against the supreme vampires, Blade offered his crew's assistance to Dracula so as to let them do his bidding as lackeys during the daytime. With Blade luring Dracula to the extent that his group also had a plan that would expedite global conquests by vampires, an intrigued Dracula made up his mind to meet Blade's circle. Of course, it didn't take much time for the vampire lord to see through things things, especially how the whole thing was a setup and that Blade's group was anything but vampire promoters. While the group was successful in staking Dracula, Dracula survived yet again and decided to teach Blade an important lesson by killing all of the vampire hunters, except for Musenda. While Musenda retired from vampire hunting, Blade, devoured by his agony for his fallen comrades, decided he would continue his quest alone. The shenanigans with Dracula continue. Whenever Blade needed money, he would perform at a London nightclub as a trumpeter. During his occasional musical stints, he would notice a beautiful woman who would never miss out any of his performances. One particular night, Blade, upon witnessing the woman named Saffron be pestered by a pimp, ended up intervening in the situation, post which he became romantically involved with her. As a vampire hunter, Blade would time and again fight alongside a team led by Quincy Harker, who he'd first encountered while locating Dracula in Paris. Quincy was the son of the well-known Jonathan Harker, and the team comprised fellow vampire hunters Rachel Van Helsing, Taj Natal and Frank Drake. Blade and the new team were seen chasing and fighting Dracula all over Europe, eventually reaching the tomb of Dracula. It's fair to state that the group was successful in outnumbering the Lord of the Vampires, and Blade was able to drive a stake right through the heart of Dracula. But it's Dracula we're talking about. He doesn't remain dead for long, and the Vampire Lord was eventually revived by his thralls. There came a time when Blade tried to kill Dracula once again, only to have the latter subdue him and feed on him, leaving him for dead. When Quincy chanced upon Blade later, he found his body. Believing Blade to be dead, Quincy geared up himself to drive a stake through Blade's heart, but before he could do so, Blade revived, much to the surprise of Quincy. Quincy was appalled to find that Blade had not transformed into a vampire despite being bitten. That's when Blade elucidated to Quincy that he was resistant to the vampire's curse, as his mother was bitten by one once at the time of his birth. Quincy and Blade were later seen travelling back to London, where Quincy attempted to persuade Blade to stay and carry on with their conquest to exterminate Dracula. However, Blade declined and parted ways with Quincy. When he came back to the flat that he shared with Saffron, he discovered
Hold on, what?
No living being should ever eat processed
Bro, what's
food
with these
for every
dog
single day of their
commercials?
life.
These dogs gotta get jobs.
When he came back to the flat that he shared with Saffron, he discovered that a vampire had broken in and was just about to feed on his girlfriend. It goes without saying that Blade was effortlessly able to overpower this vampire. After this, Blade found himself battling Dracula once again, with the duo battling all across the city. Blade was able to forcibly make Dracula retreat when he effectively managed to impale Dracula partially in the chest using a broken ski pole, followed by a wooden dagger. Blade's hunt for his mother's killer eventually led him to travel to Boston, where he encountered Deacon Frost, and with him attacking Frost, he was prevented from doing so further by Dracula, who demanded that Blade come with him to meet Quincy Harker. Dracula also explained that he had no role to play in the murders that the Coven was accountable for by acting on their own. Blade was left with little to no choice but to ally with Dracula against the latter's battle with Dr. Sun. Post this particular battle, Blade threatened to kill Dracula if he didn't help him in finding his mother's killer, but Dracula had no intention of being bossed around, and while it did lead to a battle between the duo, Dracula disappeared, leaving Blade to set out on his own once again.
Bro, we got it, bro. Dracula taking W's on the low. He taking F, but it's W's. It's low-key W's because, bro, they keep trying to kill this man, but he ain't dying. He just keep, I see you again. I see you tomorrow. Imagine. Ugh. All right, let's get out of here. And then he pop up again. He like, surprise, motherfucker. He like, damn. Where'd you come from? You was supposed to have been dead, bro. I killed you like gazillions. That man Blade ain't doing the job right. You gotta put Dracula. Hold on. Y'all gotta see me. Y'all gotta see me. Y'all gotta see me. Y'all gotta see me. Y'all gotta see me when I'm talking about. Cause you're not gonna sit here, bruh. Dracula is on timing. I'll be like, bruh, Tom and Tom and Tom again, and you keep coming back, bruh. I'ma lock you, bruh. You ain't going nowhere.
Blade's encounter with Hannibal King. While Blade was seeking Deacon Frost, he crossed paths with Hannibal King, a private detective that Frost had turned into a vampire. Initially distrustful of King, Blade fought him, and while he was easily able to defeat him, he decided to work with King at the end of the day, due to the duo having a mutual goal. As part of the duo's first team up, Blade and King fought against Blade's evil duplicate, who was created with the sole purpose of destroying the original Blade. While fighting, Blade stopped when he started getting merged with his evil doppelganger upon contact. King couldn't couldn't stop this merger from completing, and thereafter he reached out to Damon Hellstrom, the son of Satan, who eventually performed an exorcism on the doppelganger and killed him while exorcising Blade from this duplicate. Blade and King ultimately caught up with Frost and killed the vampire and his army of vampiric doppelgangers, thereby forming a lasting friendship. From Borderline Investigations Inc. to Night Stalkers, Blade and his friends King and Frank Drake teamed up with the sorcerer Dr. Strange, and together they ended up forming an investigative agency known as Borderline Investigations Inc. to battle against the supernatural threats. The agency disbanded when Drake left, and Blade was admitted to psychiatric hospital after a battle with temporarily revived Dracula. It was Dr. Strange who later reassembled the team, renaming it the Night Stalkers. There was a time when the demon Lilith hired the Night Stalkers to finish both Ghost Rider and Johnny Blaze. It was only after a long drawn-out battle did the Night Stalkers realise that they had been tricked. This led them to join forces with Ghost Rider and Blaze against Lilith and her Lilin. The Night Stalkers were also renowned for battling other threats, such as the subversive organisation Hydra's Department of Occult Armaments, DOA. Blade's final battle as part of the Night Stalkers was against Varney, who is often addressed as the very first Lord of Vampires. Varney had altered Taj Natal, a former vampire hunter ally of Blade, into a vampire, and while it broke his heart to see his friend transformed into a bloodsucker, Blade did not hesitate when it came down to stalking Taj with a dagger. The climactic battle also led to the seeming death of King and Drake, after which Blade disbanded the team and decided to carry on with his quest all by himself. Blade as the Daywalker. After the disbandment of the Night Stalkers, Blade was a solo vampire hunter once again, who moved to Greenwich Village. Mind you, it was around this time, or perhaps sometimes before that, Blade also had a daughter with Saffron, who was named Brielle. Blade was later reportedly to have briefly teamed up with John Clark, one of the last of the Order of Warrior Scholars who had pledged to fight against the evil forces of the supernatural. This duo not only encountered a vampire impersonating Deacon Frost, but also a resurrected Dracula once again. Afterwards, with Blade discovering that King had survived both teams.
Oh, so Dracula was, I think the last time that they met, he got him out. No. He got him out of here. He probably put that man down, sealed that man up, and he probably came back stronger.
A genuinely restored Frost. For a while, Blade also remained active in New Orleans, during which he not only defeated the vampire Ulysses Sojourner, but also his former ally, the living vampire Morbius, who was under the thrall of Sojourner. Blade went after Morbius after their first battle in New York City, and there he joined forces with Spider-Man. However, Blade was bitten by Morbius in the process, which in turn transformed him into a Daywalker, or in other words, a vampire capable of walking in the sunlight and devoid of after their first battle in New York City, and there he joined forces with Spider-Man. However, Blade was bitten by Morbius in the process, which in turn transformed him into a Daywalker, or in other words, a vampire capable of walking in the sunlight and devoid of every other traditional weakness that vampires have in general. But there is no denying that Blade was driven by exceeding levels of bloodthirst. However, he was also somehow able to restrain himself, having resorted to a particular serum. Project Silvereye. It's around the same time that Blade had a run-in with the espionage agency S.H.I.E.L.D., who had plans of using his blood for their special Project Silvereye, in the hopes of creating vampire operatives. Of course, Blade, with the help of the vampire slayer Masha and Mikado, was able to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from doing so and shut down the project. After this, Blade joined forces with several vampire hunters worldwide to stop Dracula from becoming a godlike vampire lord. The real reason behind the resurrection of Dracula. While Blade did re-encounter Dracula and appeared to have destroyed him aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier Pericles 5, what he wasn't aware of was the fact that his father, Lucas Cross, was the one primarily accountable for the most recent resurrection of Dracula. In due course, Lucas found his way to his son, kidnapped him, and went to the whole extent of trying to force-feed Blade a virgin girl by having him starved. All of this was done in order to fulfill a prophecy that Blade had inadvertently begun years before. And while Blade did manage to escape from there, after biting his own hand, he ended up feeding on the virgin blood of the highly powerful and evil vampire priest, Draconis, oblivious that by doing so he had actually fulfilled said prophecy. Blade eventually tracked down his father and demanded answers from him. That's when he learned that Lucas was actually a vampire and that everything he had been doing all this while was in accordance to the same prophecy. This had Blade starting to work on stopping the prophecy and tracking down the body of Dracula, and it was around that same time he discovered that his old mentor Jamal Afari, whom he was forced to kill, was still alive. After weeks of searching for Jamal and not being able to locate him, Lucas reached out to Blade and offered to help him out. Blade and King went all the way to Transylvania with Lucas after his father guaranteed him that they would find Jamal inside Dracula's castle. The plan is to complete a prophecy that Lucas believes will give every vampire their very souls back. Of course, Blade has no intentions of making vampires invulnerable, and with him refusing to cooperate
When you and your buddy want to enjoy the outdoors, shop pet supplies at TikTok Shop.
How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing?
How?
They are being put into buses. They are given certain clothes. Some of them were taken out in boxes. You can call them crates. You can call them caskets of dead people, although they were live children in there.
I mean, we could talk about tunnels all we want. The non-believers will say, where's the proof?
When I go into the tunnels...
On King David. Famous Richard, who says on King David, who I got it from. This man went to the Jewish community in New York and said, the LAPD, how y'all feel about the LAPD exposing y'all tunnels and this and that? That I found out, literally. I'm not tapped into the news and nothing like that because I'm taking a detox. Because soon as I come back to this stuff, it's it's game time. I'm gonna have to get tapped back in, but I'm taking a brain break, you feel me? Because it's game time, you feel me? It's game time. You feel me? Let's get back to this. Let's skip this ad. I don't want to see this.
Blade has no intentions of making vampires invulnerable, and with him refusing to cooperate, the ensuing scuffle had him kill King, who by then had turned against him in a desperate attempt to have his soul returned back to him. With Dracula confronting Blade afterwards, it becomes crystal clear that Lucas was responsible once again for having him resurrected, and also having made a deal with him. What followed was yet another scuffle, one that led every vampire back to life, including a resurrected Hannibal King. Blade eventually decided not to kill Lucas and left him to live with his actions. As for King and Blade, they parted ways, but not before Blade handed King the elixir that Dr. Doom had given him earlier as a gift to cure his vampire of thirst for human blood. What follows next? Blade was next seen...
So, when his father... So they must have went to Latveria, and Dr. Doom... I think Blade did fight Dr. Doom a little bit, but Dr. Doom was like... You a black man with Latverian blood. Shut up, G. Come on, G. Here you go, G. Here you go, G. Shoot. That man, Dr. Doom, like literally, he look out for his country. But if you from somewhere else and you got half blood, half this, and your father's from Latveria, and you come in here and Dr. Doom ain't no doofy. He knows everything. He gonna be like, bruh, because he fought like Blade fought like I want to say he really fought Dr. Doom, but. It's Dr. Doom. Like, Dr. Doom is going to give you hell. Like, that man he different. He a conqueror for real. He a king for real. A good villain. A mad villain. But, really before. Shoot. Whoever played, what's his name? Tom Hardy, who played Bane and Batman, should play Dr. Doom. He got the perfect voice for it.
Leading a secret Black Ops team of superheroes known as the Vanguard, which was known for executing missions that included assassination in foreign lands. It's mainly during this particular stint with the Vanguard that Blade acquired a cybernetic hand replacement. It's fitting to say that the group eventually disbanded after their secret identity was compromised, and this drove Blade to join their super spy agency MI13 to aid in their fight against the supernatural evil. Blade had difficulty fitting in, especially after he tried to kill team member Spitfire, who was essentially part vampire. But then the two of them sorted out their differences and even became romantically involved with one another. During Blade's time with Military Intelligence Section 13, he was part of a lot of things. Blade battled Legion, he was mind controlled by Nightmare, and he was forced to battle Dr. Voodoo, and if all these weren't enough, he also of course crossed paths with Dracula. In the Curse of the Mutants storyline, Blade discovered that the throne of Dracula had been taken over by his son Zarus. As a result, Blade led an army of vampire hunters to Zarus's base of operations in the hope of blowing up the whole place during the day so that the vampires would all turn to dust. But to Blade's utter shock, he saw the vampires walk out of the base unharmed into broad daylight. Upon learning that Zarus would launch his next attack on Utopia, which happened to be the home of the X-Men, he left to warn them and lend a hand. It goes without saying that Blade proved himself to be a worthy fighter in this cause, and he was shocked when Cyclops resurrected Dracula. While it's true that resurrecting Dracula worked in the favour of the X-Men, things clearly didn't sit well with Blade, and he ended up attacking Dracula. However, before Blade could cause him harm, he was knocked unconscious thanks to Cyclops charging him with an optic blast. Later, with Blade attempting to have Wolverine stake Jubilee, who was then turned into a vampire in the skirmish, Wolverine warned him not to do it. This had Blade angrily leaving from there while telling the X-Men that they will all have to kill her eventually to put her out of her misery. As seen in the Infinity Trinity storyline, Blade was disclosed in the end to have been the character who laid his hands on the faux Spider-Man suit from the superhero costume shop. Yes, we are specifically talking about Spider-Hero, who became an integral part of the mighty Avengers. In the Inhumanity storyline, Blade was seen adopting Hawkeye's former identity of Ronin, but his real identity was exposed in due course, post getting captured by the Deathwalkers that he was hiding his very identity from. Blade defeated the Deathwalkers alongside the other Avengers, after which he left the team. In the Secret Empire storyline, Blade was held captive in Manhattan after...
Don't let this man Blade join the team. He gonna leave. You thought Wolverine and then was, nah, bruh. This man is worse. This man gonna join your team and leave afterwards when something goes wrong. This
was
man
isolated from the rest of the world by a Dark Force dome. Blade ended up protecting humans by...
You can turn something like this into this in just seconds. Because your niche or audience may like that slogan.
Blade ended up protecting humans by slaughtering every attacking vampire that attempted to harm the humans. Later on, Blade was taken as a prisoner by an army of vampires only to be freed by Wasp. That is when he took up the offer of the Black Panther and joined forces with the Avengers. Together they faced a civil war brewing amidst the vampire community, which was stage managed by the Shadow Colonel and the Legion of the Unliving. Sometime later, Blade was duped by an old acquaintance into safeguarding a young woman who was being targeted by a masked Cambodian assassin with a special weapon. It was only after Blade had killed this assassin that he realized the young woman's true identity as Adana, or in simpler words, an ancient eldritch god who could only be stopped by the assassin. Blade attempted to defeat her, but he stood powerless against the god. In fact, when he tried to regain his consciousness 13 days later, an eldritch god who could only be stopped by the assassin. Blade attempted to defeat her, but he stood powerless against...
Why you got all that right? What's all this? What's all this? Hold on. What's all this? What's all... You try to fight her, but you didn't try to get that. You a dummy. That's why you get... Look at her. I would have been like, where are you going? You feel me? Baby, you know I do it. Look, you under me. Big Blade. You feel me, baby? You an eldritch god, baby. I do this. You need to be with me.
Against the god. In fact, when he tried to regain his consciousness 13 days later, he found himself imprisoned in the Cardamom Mountains and tortured by a belligerent group of warrior occultists.
Dang, this man
Blade soon realized what he was undergoing was actually a form of punishment for having killed the assassin and bringing doom to the entire world at the hands of Adana. Luckily, Rotha, who happened to be a teenage member of the militant sect, found Blade useful enough and freed him from captivity so as to have him stop Adana from annihilating the world. In order to slay an eldritch like Adana, Blade needed to lay his hands on a special weapon similar to what the assassin possessed. While Blade did manage to steal the Sword of Lucifer, or in other words, the Lightbringer, he eventually realized he had been duped. Once again, the Lightbringer turned out to be a key to unlocking Adana's powers instead. Overcome with guilt and a lust for revenge, Blade chose to fight the Adana yet again, only to get defeated once more. Upon realizing he would never be able to gain advantage over someone so powerful as the ancient Adana, Blade, left with no other choice, turned to his oldest enemy Dracula to seek mentorship from him and thereby get the edge against the mother of evil. Mind-blowing story of Blade in films. If you call yourself a fan of the Blade movies, you're bound to remember celebrated actor Wesley Snipes in the titular role. The incredibly successful trilogy of the Blade movies began in the year 1998, with Stephen Norrington directing the first film and David S. Goyer writing the screenplay. The film adaptation stays true to the comics with a few certain changes here and there to make things more exciting. The character of Blade is shown to be a Dhampir possessing all the supernatural powers and reflexes of a vampire and a thirst for blood which is controlled through a special serum. As a nod to his comic origins, Blade's mother gets bitten by Deacon Frost while she was pregnant, and Blade grows up to be a protector of the mortal race, resenting vampires and getting rid of the bloodsuckers that infest Earth. The film was so successful that it spawned 2 sequels. Blade 2 was directed by Guillermo del Toro and written by Goyer. Serving as a direct sequel to the first film, the movie follows Blade as the vampire slayer in his continuing effort to safeguard the humans from the vampires. This is where Blade finds himself caught up in the midst of an intense battle against a group of mutant vampires addressing themselves as Reapers, who are trying to commit global genocide of the vampire race as well as humankind. Left with few options, Blade is forced to form an alliance with the special elite group of vampires known as the Blood Pack to take down these Reapers. Blade Trinity, which was both directed and written by Goyer, served as the final installment in the Blade trilogy. While the plotline has a battle between humans and vampires continuing, Blade Blade is now a wanted man, framed for several murders that were actually committed by the vampire leader, Danica Talos. Blade joins forces with a team of rogue vampire slayers, or in other words, the Night Stalkers, and faces the first vampire, the most challenging adversary, Dracula. New Blade movie dropping in 2025. Everyone knows about the new Blade movie.
Oh yeah, by Mahershala Ali. Now I think Mahershala Ali is going to be a good Blade. I've been saying like Mahershala Ali. Wesley Snipes did his thing, but it's like Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire. You feel me? It's like even Wesley Snipes said he's really looking forward to see Mahershala Ali play Blade. Literally, he wants to see somebody. Bro, I want to see it.
Starring Mahershala Ali, that's coming to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and while fans are extremely excited about it, we decided to fill you in with the information that we have at our disposal. Directed by Yann Demange, the new film will be a complete revamp of the franchise, one that will sadly not have the beloved Wesley Snipes. This MCU reboot was initially scheduled for a 2023 release, but it was pushed back to 2024 and then finally 2025 as the final movie of Phase 5. We have a new release date which happens to be the 7th of November in 2025. Besides Ali, the movie is also reported to cast actors Mia Goth, Delroy Lindo and Aaron Pierre in roles that are yet to be disclosed. But if you ask us, we think Lindo is suitable enough to portray the character of Jamal Afari, keeping our fingers crossed for this one. With the plotline of this R-rated reboot yet to be revealed, what's given is that the narrative will have Blade's origin on display, how he became a vampire hunter and following the character as an established vampire slayer. The movie, in a way, will also answer where Blade has been throughout the MCU's history, further implying that the character may have a significant role in the next Avengers team-up. Let's talk about his powers and abilities. The solitary fact that his mother was bitten by a vampire when she was pregnant with him has Blade exhibiting an array of unique abilities. For starters, he's immune to a vampire's venom and simply cannot be turned into a vampire. He has all of their abilities and none of their weaknesses except for the thirst for blood. This is usually taken care of because Blade, rather than consuming blood, injects a specifically designed serum that provides the same nourishment at the end of the day. This day-walking half-vampire badass has a heightened awareness of the supernatural, possessing superhuman strength, endurance, speed, agility, and a particularly sharp night vision. Despite not being immortal, he's seen to age way slower than a human, having a prolonged lifespan. Credits to his vampire-like physiology that makes him resistant to the otherwise hypnotic gaze of the vampires. And now comes the best part. Blade is entirely impervious to sunlight. He also possesses a healing factor, and that in many ways is similar to that of Wolverine. Blade can recover from the nastiest of injuries at an incredible speed. While the full extent of Blade's regenerative powers are not yet known, he is shown to regenerate missing or damaged limbs and tissues after being bitten by Morbius. Blade also has this rare ability to sense danger, which has aided him several times when it comes to identifying demons in disguise. Blade is also highly trained.
I've been getting paid $30,000 a month, if not more. Let me show you. Here.
Danger, which has aided him several times when it comes to identifying demons in disguise. Blade is also highly trained in espionage and martial arts. Add to this an expert swordsman and the fact that he is multilingual. Blade in Marvel Animated Universe. The character's first big on
little baby. We was watching it in love with Mary Jane. We was watching it. Look.
Appearance was not until 1994's Spider-Man the Animated Series. Introduced in the episode titled Blade the Vampire Hunter and voiced by J.D. Hall, Blade's storyline was slightly changed. His father happened to be the vampire Deacon Frost and his mother Miriam was a human. After Miriam was turned into a vampire, she gave Blade up for adoption. While the series has Blade on the trail of the living vampire Morbius, it also showed Blade and Spider-Man becoming reluctant allies. Also, how can we disregard the fact that the series also introduced Blade's mentor Abraham Whistler? Truth be told, it's only fair to address Whistler as one of the best additions to Blade's mythos ever since his creation. Imagine Blade riding a bike and using a laser sword. Well, that's Blade in Spider-Man the Animated Series.
This is their revenge.
Marvel Anime Blade. Produced as part of a collaboration between Marvel Entertainment, Madhouse and Sony Pictures Entertainment Japan, Marvel Anime was a series of 4 anime superhero TV series and 2 directed video films. The 4 12-episode series that were based on Blade, Iron Man, Wolverine and X-Men aired on Animax from 2010 to 2011, featuring Japan as the primary setting for the storyline. Blade was the 4th and final show of the series and written by Kenta Fukusuki. The storyline had Blade, a daywalker vampire born with both human and vampire blood, blood in his veins after a vampire ended up attacking his mother. Blade visits Japan on some kind of mission, and it's there he chances upon Deacon Frost, the vampire responsible for the death of his mother. The series also had Blade going up against a mysterious organization of vampires, Existence. In addition to the mentioned abilities that Blade possesses, the character's swordsmanship in particular is shown to be quite advanced in this particular series. His sword style chiefly revolves around his mastery over the Kenjutsu art, Yagu Shinkaje-ryu, one that is capable of regenerating exceedingly powerful shockwaves, and add to this transparent wind blades from his sword swings. Naturally, this lets him blast or slice his enemies even from a distance. Wicked, right? We thought so as well. Blade is voiced by Akio Otsuku in the Japanese version and Harold Perrineau in the English dub. Marvellous appearances of Blade in other media. We won't be discussing the ones we've mentioned before, but we'll begin with television. So we'll talk about films and then head over to video games after. Played by Sticky Fingers, Blade has appeared in the self-titled television series known as Blade the Series, created by David S. Goyer. The plotline is set after the events of the third installment in the Blade trilogy. The character's birth name is Eric Brooks, born in Detroit, and his father is Robert Brooks, raised by him until he was 12. That's when his vampiric nature started to become more apparent. Voiced by Terry Crews, Blade has appeared in the Ultimate Spider-Man 2-part episode called Blade and the Howling Commandos. This version was seen having tattoos of ancient runes on his scalp and was also an ex-member of Fury's Howling Commandos, who had left the team for reasons not specified. Voiced again by the talented Terry Crews, Blade has appeared in the Paul Dini, Henry Gilroy and Marvel Animation's Hulk and the Agents of Smash.
Bro, I want to watch
He was a
that
member
again.
of Fury's Howling Commandos.
Blade
has also made appearances in the superhero anime TV series Marvel Disc Wars The Avengers, where he's voiced by Hiroki Yasumoto in the Japanese version and Bo Billingsley in the English dub. Speaking of the films, we know we've mentioned the Blade trilogy, but did you know that Mahershala Ali made an uncredited voice cameo as Blade in a post-credit scene for the 2021 superhero flick Eternals? Guess it's surely time for a rewatch, right? Moving on to video games, Blade has appeared in the action game also titled Blade, based on the 1998 movie, voiced by Red Pepper. And that's not all, there was a Blade 2 film tie-in too, where he appeared and was voiced by Tom Clark Hill. The character also appeared in several Marvel crossover games, to name a few. There's the 2006 action role-playing video game Marvel Ultimate Alliance, the 2007 action-adventure beat-em-up platform game Spider-Man Friend or Foe, the 2010 pinball video game developed by Zen Studios, Marvel Pinball, crossover fighting video game Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Fate of the Two Worlds, and Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Lego-themed action-adventure video games Lego Marvel Superhero 2, mobile collectible card game Marvel Duel, and to add to this tactical role-playing game, Marvel's Midnight Suns, where he's voiced by Michael J. White, and his character happens to be a member of the Midnight Suns. We've also heard the standalone game starring Blade, entitled Marvel's Blade, is currently being developed by Arcane Lion and is to be published by Bethesda Softworks. Marvelous verdict. And that is all for today, folks, and we finally come to the end of our video with that. There's no denying that Blade has become a household.
So this man can really send Gets Good 10 shows and flying sword slashes towards the enemy. Why he ain't doing that? You feel me?
Name for comic book fans over the years. But what do you think of the wielder of the Ebony Blade? We'd love to know your thoughts in the comments section down below. Also, how excited are you about the upcoming Blade reboot? We want to know everything, so do hit us up in the comments. Now, if you enjoyed this video, you know what to do. Please do leave a thumbs up and stay tuned with us as we promise to come back with more exciting content. Till then, goodbye and thanks for watching. Have a good one and be safe.
Okay, so basically, that man Blade pretty cool. That man Blade pretty cool. We love Blade over here. I can't wait for that new Blade movie with Mahershala Ali. I can't really wait to see that. Wolverine versus Predator. We're not watching these, bruh. 10 years, 4 years. We didn't even see Blade when he was old. We didn't even see Blade when he was old. Let's watch some Naruto explain.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Naruto Explain here, bringing you guys another Boruto 2 Blue Vortex discussion. Today, I wanted to do something dangerous, and I want to bring up the inevitable invasion of the Shinju into Konoha, and I want to weigh in on what this is actually going to be something that makes a bigger deal than we might have actually been thinking. But I also wanted to bring to your attention how this might end up being the biggest fumble in the Naruto franchise if this very situation is not handled very carefully in the story of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, because this can go very wrong. Now, allow me to explain what I mean with that last point first, because you're probably going, how can this end up being a fumble when all the seeds are there for this to be something hype? After all, this is a battle shonen. Who doesn't love to see big power levels colliding and explosions and over-the-top battles and good strategies? I'm guilty of it too. Not just with battle shonen. You guys know I love pro wrestling, so to borrow a phrase of Big E, I love seeing big meaty men slapping meat. It never fails to be something super amazing.
Pause. But at the same time,
to see, pause. But you get the point of what I'm saying. I'm a sucker for good action as well. However,
at least you said
where I
pause.
worry about the prospect of a battle breaking out inside of Konoha with these Shinju invading is I worry that it might happen too soon. I do like the idea of a small group of Shinju who they are evolved, as we were told, and them saying that they're going to target Boruto specifically, as well as Kawaki and Naruto and Sarada and Konohamaru.
That man got the
having
B
them
line out.
rush their way into the village is the right chess move to make right now at this point in the story. I think you run the risk of diminishing returns if you pull the trigger on this too soon. Like, say if Boruto versus Mitsuki ends up lasting, say, a couple of chapters.
Why was he looking at him like that? He was like, bruh, you one of us. Why you geeking and being philosophical, dog? Your name Hidari, dog. It means left arm in Japanese, bruh. Turn up. Sasuke's chakra probably like, going stupid.
End up breaking up the fight and forcing a truce between these two because the enemy and my enemy is my friend. I think that's the wrong play because we literally just had Code invade the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf Village with this Clawgrime army. If you have the evolved Shinju pull back up this soon, even though in real time for us it's been months, from a narrative perspective, that comes off lazy and it comes off as rush writing. It's a big part of the reason why I told you guys I did not want to see Boruto versus Kawaki really early on in Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, because towards the end of Boruto Part 1, we just saw them fight over and over and over again. Diminishing returns doesn't hold the same value. If you have the evolved Shinju pull back up, I think the story can benefit from a delayed payoff when it comes to that situation. On one hand, I do enjoy keeping the foot on the gas in the way that it's been since we got out of the time scale. The idea that Boruto hasn't been able to breathe without a foot being placed on his neck and then Boruto having to beat some manners into someone is something I can definitely enjoy. However, in this one area, I do think you can keep your foot on the gas, but not have the Shinju be used to engage in a battle where Konoha ends up being the lightning rod that is used to draw the battle to the attention of the readers. Invading Konoha, it's been done a few times already, and each time it was to a different degree in terms of statements that are made narratively, and when it comes to that trope, it's already peaked in my opinion. Orochimaru did it in Part 1 and made you realize how dark and twisted the ninja world was, where someone like Orochimaru can pull off something crazy like this against the strongest ninja village, but also kill 2 Kage in the process. And years later, by the time we got to the 5 Kage summit, we see Orochimaru's actions at that point in the timeline still had sent shockwaves with some of the other Kage. Pain pulls up into the village and didn't just invade the village itself, he destroyed the village. And then we learn in Naruto Parent and Child Ace novel that the damage he did literally cracked parts of the village down to the foundation. But most importantly, that was a moment that when Naruto saw his village had been destroyed, it set the stage for Naruto being pushed into despair and cracking, then being changed down to a fundamental level, needing to build him back up to the point that we got him to where we know and love him today. Code invading Konoha with those Clawgrimes, it was never going to be able to pass that moment in the Pain arc. It was not going to be able to match that aura that Pain had. But the narrative was smart enough to not try and match that moment, not even try to rival that moment, because we know the village is going to be destroyed later on by the time of Boruto versus Kawaki takes place. We just don't know how we're going to get to that point. The idea of using Code taking time to build up his army and then invade the village in the opening chapter, it wasn't a bad thing. It was actually smart. It basically served as a great way to have us hook into this new sequel, Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, by paying off the question we had going into the time skip at the end of Boruto Naruto Next Generations, which is, why hadn't Code made his move yet? And it served as a lightning rod to force Boruto out of hiding, and then it served as a launching pad for this Shinju Awakening arc that we're in currently, where you have the evolved Shinju in the process all this time. Now that you have that, you don't waste it by just going right into it. These Shinju, they have their own personalities, and they have their own targets. It's better to give us a chance to see more of their personalities and their mannerisms before you get to that point. The same is true for the targets as well. You have Konohamaru as the target of one of the Shinju, taking a few pages to show Konohamaru and Team 10 getting a little more seasoning added to what we already saw with them vowing to want to make whoever turned Moegi into a tree. It can do wonders to the story. The same especially with Sarada. I stand by what I said a few days ago, that we don't need her seen crying and reacting angrily at what happened with Sasuke, but I do think you have low-hanging fruit right here that adds layers to this by taking a few pages in a future chapter of showing her telling Sakura the truth, especially when you consider the last time we saw Sakura in the manga was way back in the car arc, where she found Sasuke leaking out fluids out of his body because Jigen did him dirty like a discount OnlyFans model, and then she was shown sitting at Sarada's bedside after Boro almost killed all the members of Team 7. Sakura learning what happened to her husband adds another layer of humanity to the story without taking away from what we're clearly building towards and without taking away from the new generation.
Yeah, that's my only thing. Everybody been talking about Sarada and Sasuke. I'm like, bruh, where is Sakura? This man, she don't got literally no. The only time she popped up was like some chapters ago, almost a year and a half ago for real. She hasn't been in this. It's probably been the summer or something like that, or back then or something like that. Like last year or something, when they showed in the Boruto anime when Sasuke went to that prison and was undercover and stuff like that, and Sakura was the nurse. Bro, that's the only time we seen her, but that was the anime. And the manga, bro, is she homeless? How is she working at the hospital and people looking at her like, your husband a traitor? I ain't even want, bruh, what? Is she gonna get the karma that she was dookie on Naruto about finally after all these years? That crap caught up to her? Man, we don't know.
I worry about rushing to the conclusion we have here with this, when there feels like there's more that can be done with these Shinju to make the battles feel like they're holding more weight to them moving forward. I don't subscribe to this whole line of thinking that we need villains with sobbing backstories and deep philosophical reasons for why it is they do the things that they do. There's nothing wrong with a good villain who's just evil for the sake of being evil. There's nothing wrong with that. Some of the most iconic shonen villains, they're just evil a-holes for no reason at all. But Kishimoto, with these Shinju, he's knocking on the door of something that could turn out to be really fantastic writing. The answer to the question of what it means to be human, that's something that at its heart, every great story answers this question in its own individual way, through character interactions and narrative themes, and in battle shonen, through the individual fights you see members of the main cast actually undergo. That answers the question as well. However, what's been noticeable with Kishimoto and his writing after Naruto chapter 700 is that he's been diving into that answer to that question in a different approach than he did with Naruto's manga. For instance, Naruto Gaiden, it dealt with the question of the morality of cloning and if clones were indeed to be considered human. With Naruto Gaiden, as a reminder, being Naruto Gaiden, the 7th Hokage in the Scarlet Spring, i.e. the Shin Uchiha arc in Boruto's anime. I believe that's going to be episodes 18 through 25 of Boruto's anime. The Mitsuki one-shot manga, it dived even further onto the subject of cloning and clones having their own souls via the Orochimaru and his clone sons Mitsuki and Log angle. Boruto Naruto Next Generations dived into it again in manga format by having a model with his daughter Akabe and her clone Delta, as well as Kashi and Koji being the clone of Jiraiya. Samurai 8 to a similar extent also answered the question regarding humanity, even though it didn't do the whole
Sasuke in that scene, he was like, what is this form? I never seen this before. What is he? And he was like, what is you? Literally, Sasuke was shook like, bro, what was that? I never seen that before. What was you doing? He was like,
stuff that you see in Boruto's story, it did still answer that question on a deeper side of what it means to be human as well, in particular when it comes to Hachimaru's story. These Shinju are experiencing it themselves, questioning why they have the urges to seek out people close to the ones whose chakra that they were made from. Chakra is confirmed to contain memories, transfer memories, and genetic material actually contains memories as well, based off what we've seen with Kashi and Koji and with Delta, two clones of Jiraiya and Akabe respectively. There's room to build on this further. I think we need to spend some more time with these Shinju before we go into some version of a grand battle with the Shinju where you see total destruction left behind in their wake. It's all about payoff and setting the stage properly, but that's not to say you don't have something occur in the meantime. I think you absolutely do, especially because Juro specifically singled out Boruto by saying that he can run all he wants, but he can't escape from his destiny, which is to be consumed by us. And Boruto, you got lucky because we just evolved.
Suzuki
Sounding
Boruto.
every bit like a Scooby-Doo villain. Just gonna say it for what it is. That's some Scooby-Doo writing right there. However, I do think it might be better to possibly have Boruto be targeted first, since Juro views him as being a lone wolf without any type of backup at first, before you have the other Shinju who are targeting Konoha Shinobi that they're going after. I think you start with Boruto, then you start fleshing the story out from there. Perhaps you roll the threat of the Shinju in as a precursor to Boruto versus Kawaki occurring and the village being in ruins before Boruto versus Kawaki takes place. That's certainly an option. It's not one that I think makes the most sense narratively. I think it's actually rushed if you do that. But if you wanted to jump to the front of the line to get to that outcome, it certainly is well within the realm of possibility to consider. This has the potential to have some really explosive battles, and the idea of the Shinju not just targeting Boruto Kawaki does give the other members of the main cast an opportunity to do something other than sit in the background, twiddling their thumbs, doing absolutely nothing, and hoping that in a few years when the anime gets this material, they might actually have some relevance. Like, I know Naruto's
Bro, when the anime get this material, bro, everybody who said forget Boruto are going to come back and be like, Naruto, the whole manga, even Boruto is lit. People are really about to be like, nah, Boruto like that. Naruto ain't dead. He was just trapped up in a dimension. Bro, I'm going to tell you, this story's probably going to run for 3 years. And when I say 3 years, bro, they trying to catch up to the manga. Like, they trying to get to the middle, but towards the end. But you still got probably like a few chapters. They trying to get up to that. Probably by going by like, the anime is supposed to come back in 2025, I think, or this year. Towards bottom of this year, like the fall, going towards 2025. And that's why I said, dang, they trying to play catch up right now. Because as soon as they start the anime, they trying to end Boruto. Like, literally, they trying to end Boruto.
about that after volume 27.
They trying to make Boruto good just to end it.
Team 10, the rest of the other members of the main cast, they just kind of sat in the background until we got...
Literally, I think when I started watching Naruto, that's when Boruto came out. I think Boruto ended in 2016, 2015. Wait, hold on. Naruto, not Boruto. Hey Siri, when did Naruto officially end off air? So when Naruto officially ended in 2017, that's when I picked up. When Naruto ended, that's when I picked up Naruto. Literally, when Naruto ended, that's when I picked up, like 2016, 2017. And then when I went to 11th grade year, when Naruto ended, that's when they had Boruto. Now, that's why I said, dang, they should have gave Boruto some room to breathe instead of just starting it right off the bat. Because when I got done with Naruto and I got to Boruto and I figured out all the characters, I was like, dang, they got big, you feel me? And it just changed the whole thing for real.
So I'm kind of used to it. However, I do think that this is something that can actually...
Oh yeah, shouts out to the dudes in my CTE course class that put me on the anime Naruto and all, watching it. Rashad, you know, you feel me? I think Jelani already, he free and stuff like that. But, bruh. She's 16 hours. Oh, she up. I want to get Twitch. When did you wake up? Would you believe this girl is 30 years old? She don't even look 30. She look my age.
Take out fallen branches or hit trees to get wood. Open the options menu. Check the survival guide. Open the build menu with like primitive workbench.
Is it the E-girl?
See this one that I have right now.
Another E-girl. Another one.
You have to resave that. How are you? I'm good. I'm doing fantastic.
We love that girl.
Kenny, no!
She reminds me of this therapist I used to have back in the day.
Except for the 49ers, I'm pretty sure they're going to play in like any minute, right?
Oh, she a football gal. She a football gal. Is this a Tekken tournament? This is a Tekken already? A Tekken tournament. Tekken 8 just came out literally a day ago, and they already got the Tekken tournament. Bro, who was playing the
This is
Tekken,
not done by
man?
mistake. Having these fights where there's a clear narrative weight behind them and build up, it makes the fights hold more weight to them because it's gonna be something that has more stakes to it. Without going into spoilers, it will be like the current fight we.
Let's go. Let's check out Dolo.
And make sure that you're maintaining it. Make sure that you're having a sturdy foundation and it's not shaky. So when things start to be put on that table, things ain't falling off. AKA in the 1, 2, and 3rd dimension, insecurities start to derive. Self-sabotages start to derive. Unsurety start to derive. Unparticipation start to derive. And then therefore no one could proceed or no one could prevail. So we want to make sure that we're all in when it comes to participating with our goals, standing on business, our relationships, our circumstances, and our situations. And therefore, during this particular time, everybody should be able to find some type of potential, if not a lot, of success. Because it's a free fall right now. And it's just out there for people to do it. And the government ain't doing nothing but sitting back waiting for somebody to bring something new so they can capitalize, because they don't know what to throw against the wall as some eggs to see what stick. You know what I'm saying? They're like goddamn grasping for dear life and stuff. They movies suck right now. The shows, cartoons suck. Their narratives on the news channel suck. It's hard to even get soccer mom to believe anything. So they can't wait for someone to bring some new spark of anything. Same way they doing YouTubers right now, so they could find something to work with to get the people back. So they're just being rocking to sleep mode, where that your crumb look a little better that they give you than somebody else crumb, but shit, at least it's better than nothing. So a lot of times that's just a position you need to worry about putting yourself in. Other than that, we in a new world. You know what I'm saying? So it's a free fall. It's a big old free fall, big old, and it's just you gotta jump in. You gotta choose which one you gonna jump into. You know what I'm saying? And like I always make it sense. I always like to make it make sense. Business, entertainment, education, religion, or politics. So you might got a good voice where you can persuade people and you know how to politic real good. Start building a community that deal with politicking or something like that. Where people you have to politic who's the hierarchy and stuff like that. So you become the main secretary and the main person that keep things together and stuff like that. And then also, it's getting a little rough, but so yeah, I got my point across. Let me not mess the live stream up. You know what I'm saying? I love all y'all from the bottom of my heart too. Things of that nature. So things is yeah. Let me be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stay spiritually protected. Real stuff.
I didn't. We could have caught that an hour ago. So if y'all don't know about the Schumann resonance, is what's causing all these earthquakes. That's what I'm talking about. It's the Schumann resonance. If y'all don't know what the Schumann resonance is, alright? So this right here is, oh, he gave us the link so we could check it out. I want to find more Schumann people, but they all be spitting the same thing. You see right here on January 27th, which is probably, I guess this was today, the 29th, the 28th, which is yesterday. Right here, we had a spike, and that was a low Schumann spike. And as you can tell, the scale going up, it was a Schumann spike. And then on the 27th, right here today, which is 12 p.m., we had another spike. Today at like 9, we had little spikes. Then right here, this was going stupid. This is a beam. This is just mad energy that's just been literally like, go outside, sit on, put your feet in the dirt, get some air, get some type of element. Because the Schumann resonance, literally, when you go to space and you see it, the atmosphere, the earth, you'd be like, what's this blue hue around the earth? It's like energy. Yeah, that's the Schumann resonance. And when the sun sends coronal mass ejections, this is the earth. The sun sending energy, just like plasma energy. This is the earth right here. And then it's going like this. The earth is traveling. Like the earth is traveling. And then the energy, it's like a tail. Like it hits our magnetosphere, our poles. That's why we got to start pollution. Because we also be messing with the resonance, EMFs, and different things. These are natural electromagnetic frequencies. Which means these electromagnetic frequencies won't mess us up. The man-made ones will. And the Schumann resonance not only hits Earth, it hits the whole solar system. So guess what? If Venus flies by us, yeah, we getting some of that energy. That's why astrology really plays a key role and stuff. And also the Schumann resonance, you know. Bro, there's a lot of scientific evidence. I can sit here and talk. And some I don't even know. Like, there's a lot of scientific evidence. I be on Wikipedia reading stuff like, bro, this is foreign language. What they talking about? I'm like, dang, I see why people don't go to school. You got to go to school for this. And most times out of 10, you don't even learn about that stuff. But yeah. Let's watch something else. Yeah, let's watch this Thundercat.
Remember, Dad, you can see my location in real time.
When I was your age, it wasn't that easy.
Does anyone have a quarter so I can tell my mom I'm safe?
Does anybody got a quarter so my mom doesn't? I want it home. Thundercat!
Hey there guys, this is Richard, your host with another marvellous video. So, Lionel's journey started with the 1985 show, and then we saw a modern version of him in 2011. But of course his real story takes place in the comics. You have no idea how crazy it gets in the comics. Lionel's story gets dark, nasty, and way too adult, which only makes it better. In this video, we'll explore comics like Hammerhand's Revenge, The Return, Enemy's Pride, their crossovers like the likes of Superman and He-Man, and much, much more. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin.
My show.
The original story of Lion-O. In the iconic 85 Thundercats series, Lion-O was just a 12-year-old kid when he hopped aboard the Thundercats flagship to escape the doomed Thundera and head to Third Earth. During the journey, he aged up to 24 because of some iffy suspension capsule tech that slowed down but didn't stop aging. Weirdly enough, this aging glitch didn't hit Wily Cat and Wily Kit, his fellow young Thunderians. He had the physique of an adult, but was still mentally a youngster. This whole setup meant he had to level up big time, learning on the fly how to be a legit leader and mature properly. So he was basically thrown into the deep end, having to bridge the gap between his kid's mind and his adult body. In the second half of Season 1 of Thundercats, Lion-O really has to step up his game. He faces the Anointment Trials.
So, Momonosuke, if y'all don't know, is from One Piece and they just ended Wano. This is basically him. Man, I don't even want to spoil it.
These intense contests against his fellow Thundercats. We're talking about challenges of strength, speed, smarts, and what they call mind power. He's got to outdo Panthro, Chitara, the duo Wily Kit and Wily Cat, and Tigra. And he has to do all this without any weapons, while the other Thundercats can't lend a hand. Now, as if that's not tough enough, the mutants are constantly trying to mess things up. They're hoping to catch the Thundercats leaderless by disrupting Lion-O's trials. But no, he nails it and ultimately faces off with Mum-Ra in the Trial of Evil. This scuffle happens in Mum-Ra's own turf, his pyramid, where Lion-O figures out that Mum-Ra, like your classic Egyptian mummy, needs his sarcophagus. In the end, Lion-O is officially crowned the Lord of the Thundercats. A modern-age version of Lion-O. Born to King Claudius and Queen Leona, Lion-O lost his mother right after birth. To big brother Tigra, he always had a thing for tech, much to Claudius' chagrin. Claudius preferred Tigra, but deep down he still had hopes for Lion-O to be king one day. Growing up, Lion-O and Tigra have a rocky bond, thanks partly to Tigra's competitive nature and a childhood incident in the Forbidden Ruins. But over time, they become tight brothers, looking out for each other, trained by Thunderian generals Groon and Panthro. Lion-O, curious about tech, sneaks into Thundera's slums, grabbing old gadgets and hating how other animals are treated there. After a scuffle where Chitara helps him out, they hit up a tech shop. Lion-O shares his dreams of integrating tech with their lives. He's late for his rite of passage ceremony, where the Sword of Omens tests him, giving him a vision he didn't get. Then Groon returns, supposedly without Panthro. Lion-O's quest for tech knowledge gets brushed off by Groon. During a celebration, Lion-O empathizes with some captured lizards, realizing his people's harsh treatment of them. He convinced Claudius to release them, which was an early sign of his growing leadership qualities. Disaster strikes when Thundera is attacked by lizards. Lion-O's dad and Tigra head to battle, leaving him behind. Turns out, Groon's with the lizards and Panthro's a captive. Mum-Ra, disguised as Panthro, kills Claudius and wrecks Thundera. Lion-O gets captured, but thanks to his earlier kindness, he manages to escape with Tigra, Jagger, and Chitara. The group sets off to find the Book of Omens. They pick up Wily Kit and Wily Cat, help some fishmen and petalars, and Chitara helps Lion-O learn sight beyond sight. Lion-O falls for Chitara, unaware of her feelings for Tigra. A love triangle. Interesting. Next, they find the real Panthro, and the Book of Omens reveals Lion-O's ancestor, Leo, who defeated Mum-Ra long ago. Lion-O realizes he must unite all animals against Mum-Ra, not just hunt for power stones. He learns sword skills from the Drifter, rescues Burbles, and masters new abilities with elephants. In the astral plane, Lion-O and Tigra confront their past and Mum-Ra. They escape, but Groon gets trapped and Panthro loses his arms. Lion-O sees Tigra and Chitara kissing, and his heartbreak affects his leadership. Later, an ambush by Mum-Ra's forces leads to his apparent death, but the Spirit Stone gives him a second shot. He passes trials, saves his friends, and earns a second life by proving his kingly worth. Later, Tigra reunites with his biological dad Javan in the Tiger Clan. They deal with shadow creatures and a large amount of family drama. Tigra learns why Javan gave him up and forgives him, breaking a curse. In the City of Dogs, they find Pumira, a cat gladiatrix. Lion-O tries to free her but ends up fighting her in the arena. Pumira, thinking Lion-O abandoned his people, is furious. Lion-O refuses to fight, proving his loyalty, and Dobo eventually lets them go. They raid Mount Plundar, find the Sword of Plundar, and deal with Rataro and his rats. Pumira, initially hostile, starts warming up to Lion-O, especially after seeing his mercy and leadership. They split to protect the Sword of Plundar. Mum-Ra captures Pumira, and Lion-O saves her by reclaiming the sword. They become closer, with Pumira respecting Lion-O's leadership and kindness. Thundercats, Hammerhand's Revenge. In this 5-part series of Thundercats, we're thrown back to the days on Third Earth, before all the events of the animated show. Young Lion-O still growing up, and Snarf's in full-on worry mode, as always. Starting off with a bang, the notorious Hammerhand and his crew jump Hachiman's ship and take him hostage. Meanwhile, the warrior maidens with a messenger who's a dead ringer for Willa get wind of this mess and hustle to warn the Thundercats. Lion-O's already on alert though, because the Sword of Omens is buzzing with danger vibes about Hachiman's tight spot. And yeah, it's a bit odd because the sword usually doesn't fuss about non-Thunderians. Hachiman's close with the cats, so they gear up for a rescue mission to his family's island kingdom. As they're
pain in you. So much rage that you can't contain it. So, who's the monster? Marvel Studios Echo. All episodes now streaming on Disney Plus.
Dang. My boy Vincent D'Orio, he be doing his role as Wilson Fisk.
Hachiman's close with the
He needs
cats,
to
so
grab
they
it for
gear
King.
up
He
for
the
a rescue
best
mission to his
kingpin for
family's
real.
island kingdom. As they're rolling through the forest in the tank, eyeing the shiny ocean, Lion-O spots something fishy about the clouds. A quick check with the sword reveals it's actually a squad of flying griffins heading their way. Lion-O's itching to get the sword swinging, but the crew's like, chill. Let's see if they're friend or foe first. Just when they think the griffins are okay, one swoops down and yoinks Lion-O. There's a quick huddle on whether to save Lion-O or keep moving to rescue Hachiman. They decide on the latter, banking on a few things. Lion-O's got the sword and can holler if things go south. He'd probably want them to focus on saving Hachiman, and it's a perfect chance for Lion-O to show he's got the chops to handle himself. At the end of the issue, Lion-O's facing off with what looks like the big bosses of the Griffins. Lion-O goes all bold and a tad cocky, and demands to know why they grabbed him. The Griffin leader tells Lion-O that he's got to spill the beans about why the cats are still hanging around Third Earth, or else they're in for some trouble. In the second issue, the spotlight is on the rest of the gang as they go through a freaky forest to reach Hachiman. Meanwhile, Lion-O deals with his own drama with the Griffins, but we only get quick peeks at him plotting his escape and a brief cameo from Jagger. Back with the team, the Thunder Tank malfunctions right in the middle of the spooky woods. The Thunder Kittens, Wily Kit and Wily Cat bounce out first but end up lost and freaking out. Tigra and Chitara, despite Panthro's grumbles, follow suit and also get caught up in the forest's eerie silence and tricks. That leaves Panthro and a super babbly Snarf back with the stalled tank. Panthro has a light bulb moment about the forest and starts working on a plan to save the crew without getting himself trapped. Turns out this forest has a guardian, and he's not happy. He shows up and lets the Thundercats know they ticked off the forest by crashing through with the Thunder Tank. It starts to seem like they're all heading for a fight, but Wily Cat steps up and suggests they try talking it out instead of duking it out. And as for Snarf, the dude gets zapped and drops the third-person talk for a bit, only to get hit with another wacky accident by the end of the issue. Seems like there's a reason behind his extra weird behavior, but honestly, it's kinda getting on everyone's nerves. In the third part of the series, we zoom in on Lion-O, who's caught up in a bit of a pickle with the Griffins. Lion-O's stuck in a giant birdcage, feeling pretty bummed out and thinking even Snarf would handle this better. Eventually, Lion-O gets a face-to-face with the Griffin boss, Princess Altera. She's got this rad power called dream gazing, sorta like those Gelfling characters in the Dark Crystal who can dream fast. Altera's plan is to dive into Lion-O's heart to check out his real intentions. Are the Thundercats here to mess up Third Earth with their fancy tech, or are they the good guys? If she likes what she sees, she'll let him bounce, but she warns about a grim fate if he tries to muscle his way out. Lion-O agrees and Altera gets to work. She sees flashes of Thundera's downfall, the suspension pods and Lion-O's arrival on Third Earth. Things are cruising along until the Eye of Thundera pops up in the dream gaze. That's when Lion-O turns on its second sight powers. Suddenly, they're watching the real-time hustle of the other Thundercats as they square off against the Berserkers. This goes on for a bit until Altera snaps out of the dream gaze. There's a bit of a debate about the use of technology, but eventually, Altera gives Lion-O the green light to leave. So, it looks like Lion-O's set to regroup with his crew in the next issue after clearing his name with the Griffins. In this issue, we've got the Thundercats duking it out with the Berserkers, minus the big bosses on both sides. The play-by-play of this epic fight comes courtesy of Snarf, who's still doing his third-person thing and dropping comments that are a mix of funny and kinda irritating. Skipping the nitty-gritty details of the battle, the scene shifts when Lion-O arrives with Princess Altera and her Griffin posse. The Griffins nab the Berserkers trying to make a run for it. Altera and Chitara have a moment, bonding over being strong, capable women. After some quick interrogation, the Thundercats learn from the pirates that Mum-Ra's the mastermind behind this mess, and they find out Hammerhand's next move. He's plotting to kill Hachiman after the ransom collection from Hachiman's dad. Now, with Griffin air support, zoom off to save their samurai buddy. The issue wraps with a pretty dark scene. Hammerhand's commanding his crew to off the guys delivering the ransom, with Hachiman next on his hit list. But then, Altera alleviates the suspense. She also has this future-seeing gift and casually mentions that Hachiman's gonna be alright. In the finale of this 5-part Thundercat series, things get pretty intense. Hammerhand is all set to take out Hachiman since he's no longer useful. But just in the nick of time, the Thundercats roll up riding the Griffins, with Princess Altera tagging along. The scene turns into a full-blown battle royale. Snarf, ever the scaredy cat, initially chickens out on freeing Hachiman. He only steps up later when it's about saving Lion-O's skin. The situation gets super heated, and it's Princess Altera who steps in to turn the tide. She goes all out with her powers to put Hammerhand in his place and rescue Lion-O. But this heroic move costs her. She collapses into the water, where Panthro manages to catch her in the tank. Lion-O's not too happy about how things went down, but hey, the Thundercats chalk up another win. Hachiman's safe, and that's a big relief. The only downside is that Altera, who was earlier knocked out cold, wasn't waking up. After dropping Hachiman back home, Lion-O learns from the Griffins that Altera might be out for good because she possibly drained herself using her powers. The issue wraps up with Lion-O making a solemn vow to never forget Altera and to keep searching for a way to help her wake up.
The perfect dry erase board.
Dang.
Wait, not this. Check out this acrylic dry erase board from TikTok.
She was oh, my heart, look. She touched that man's mind and she read that man. She probably like, you know, I kind of like this line, man.
Thundercats, Enemy's Pride. This 5-part story of the Thundercats is set on New Thundera and takes place before the chaos of the Return series. The story starts mid-battle, Thundercats versus mutants. Slythe smacks Lion-O right on the noggin with a club in the thick of it. Just as Slythe is about to deal the final blow, Lion-O's crew steps in, keeping the mutants at bay. But not before Vultureman lands a kick that sends Lion-O tumbling into an open well. Lion-O climbs out, a bit roughed up but ready for payback. He gets his slice of revenge by jabbing the Sword of Omens through Slythe's ear, which definitely gets some side eyes from the other Thundercats. Later, at the lair, Lion-O heads off to his room. That's when the Thunderkittens stumble upon Snarf in the hallway, nursing a boot-shaped bruise courtesy of Lion-O. Turns out, Lion-O's fed up with Snarf's mothering and even cracks a joke about his breath being worse than a Trollocs armpit post-ooze bath. Harsh, but kinda funny. Wily Kit and Wily Cat, curious and a bit worried, sneak up to Lion-O's door and overhear him mumble, but can't figure out exactly what. Lion-O catches onto their snooping and finds out Wily Cat outside his door, but Wily Kit doesn't want to get into Lion-O's bad books, so she leaves. The leader of the Thundercats plays it cool and sends Wily Cat to call a meeting. The Thunderkittens gather the team, but before they can spill about their eavesdropping, Lion-O shows up, ready for the meeting. At the meeting, Lion-O lays it out straight. He's had enough of the endless attacks from the mutants, Mum-Ra and Lunatax. His plan is to get the folks of New Thundera up to speed on self-defense, because you never know when the Thundercats might not be around to save the day. Turns out, Lion-O had been chatting with Jagger in his room, so Wily Cat breathes a sigh of relief, thinking maybe he just got the wrong end of the stick earlier. Lion-O also wants to train New Thundera's toughest teens to form a sort of Thunderian special force. To show why this is needed, he sets up a demo. A group of armed Thunderian lads go at him, but even without weapons and one hand tied behind his back, Lion-O wipes the floor with them. Despite his victory, something about Lion-O's vibe is a bit off, and the Thunderkittens are picking up on it. The rest of the Thundercats are on board with the idea of this new Thunder Guard. Lion-O surprises everyone by appointing Wily Cat as their captain, putting him in charge of training at a camp in the woods. Wily Cat stoked at first, but Wily Kit's got her doubts, suspecting Lion-O's just trying to keep Wily Cat out of the way, especially if he overheard anything sketchy earlier. In the second issue, Wily Cat and his new squad, the Thunder Guard, are hustling up the chilly slopes of Mount Thundera. Back at base, Panthro and Bengali are having a hush-hush chat about Lion-O's recent weird behavior. Yep, and there's more Snarf getting the rough end of the stick. They also side-eye Lion-O's fixation with shuffling his new troops around like chess pieces. Panthro hints to Bengali that maybe Lion-O ought to take a break and suggests that he or Tigra could step up to lead the Thundercats for a bit. Meanwhile, Wily Kit tries to talk about Lion-O to Chitara, but Chitara brushes her off. Turns out Lion-O had already given Chitara a heads up that Kit might be stirring the pot because she's miffed about Wily Cat being away with the Thunder Guard. Later, there's a bit of a town hall situation at the lair. Some new Thundera locals, including peeps like the Warrior Maidens and Burbles, who apparently moved in from Third Earth, are pretty riled up. They want to know why the Thunder Guard is basically camping in their backyards. Lion-O steps in to cool things down and assures everyone that the Thunder Guard is there for protection, not to take over. Just as the meeting at the lair starts getting heated, Wily Cat radios in with an urgent update. Turns out his Thunder Guard unit got ambushed by some nasty ice trogs up on Mount Thundera. Good news is they managed to beat the trogs, who, surprise surprise, had the blueprints of the lair in their possession along with some attack strategies. Lion-O's quick to hype up Cat's bravery and uses the incident to show everyone how crucial the Thunder Guard is for their safety. Then he lets slip that they'll need to start paying a small tax to keep the Thunder Guard running. This is where Panthro's patience...
Hold on! Bruh, I'll be like, hold on. You gotta pay a small tax. Bruh, this man think he the United States of America. This man think he the USA. He said y'all gotta pay the phantom tax. Y'all gotta pay the phantom tax. Hold on.
0. He's totally against the idea of taxing the people, and things get pretty heated between him and Lino. It escalates big time when Lino accuses Panthro of treason, claiming the sword's second sight shows Panthro helping the Ice Trugs, though Panthro
Hold on, right quick. Testing. Alright, we Gucci.
BS on that. This accusation does look a bit fishy, especially since Panthro and Bengali were chatting about Lino's odd behavior earlier. The issue wraps up with Lino and Panthro getting into a serious clash. As for how that brawl ends, well, that's covered in the next one. In this issue, we get a flashback to the fight between Lino and Panthro from the last comic. But hold up, the story's got some extra spice. So,
who are you texting? I'm shopping for a car on CarMax. A car?
Are you sure you can afford that?
That's a big purchase.
Relax. I got pre-qualified and shopped by my monthly budget, so I know it's a good decision. Unlike Jenny's new piercing.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
turns out it's being spun by Wily Cat's Thunderguard crew around a campfire. These young guns are jazzing up the tale with their own twists. Think less clothing for the ladies and Chitara playing the distressed damsel. It's a mix of youthful imagination and maybe some fishy info they've been fed about Panthro's supposed betrayal. Just as Wily Cat's about to talk about his doubts concerning Lino, a courier arrives with an award for Cat's heroics against the Ice Trugs. Basking in their glory, Wily Cat's concerns about Lino take a back seat. Meanwhile, back at the lair, Panthro's down but not out. Lino wants to send him into exile, but Chitara steps in and convinces him to exile Panthro instead. As Tigra walks Panthro out, the old cat drops some heavy hints that things aren't what they seem. Tigra also has his doubts. I mean, can the Eye of Thundera really show a fake vision? After chewing over Panthro's parting words and witnessing yet another episode of Snarf getting the short end of the stick, Tigra decides to do some undercover sleuthing. He checks out Mum Ra and Ma Mutt, who are busy eyeballing everything through their cauldron. Then he slips through the lair, keeping tabs on what all the Thundercats are up to. Meanwhile, Wily Kit tries to sneak out, but Bengali's on her case. Despite her trying to wriggle out of it with some back talk, Bengali escorts her back inside. Now, Tigra's been in stealth mode, but nothing really juicy pops up until he ghosts into Lino's chamber. And he finds Lino yammering away into a mirror, but the real Lino's actually stuck behind the glass. So, basically, the Lino causing all the drama and setting up the Thunderguard ain't the real one. Tigra figures it's go time, but plot twist number 2, fake Lino was already expecting him. Looks like he knew Tigra was looking around all along. With his cover blown and fake Lino having the upper hand, things are looking pretty grim for our stealthy Tiger. While Tiger is on the receiving end of the fight, the fake Lino reveals the truth about his revenge plot. Over at the lair, Wily Kit and Snarf slip out to revisit the well where Lino's swap-out took place. Back at home base, the rest of the Thundercats have to deal with a bunch of ticked-off new Thunderians gathering outside. They're not too thrilled with how Lino has been running the show. Fake Lino, not one for patience, sends the Thunderguard to deal with the protesters, and it gets pretty rough. Chitara's had enough, especially seeing Tigra all banged up. The Thundercats storm off and fake Lino throws down the gauntlet, promising them war and doom if they step to him. Meanwhile, Snarf's trying to whip up some magic from an old Thunderian lore book, hoping it'll help them find the real Lino. But to Wily Kit, it looks like the spell zaps Snarf out of existence. As the issue wraps, Wily Kit gets word that a full-blown global war has started. The rebels are clashing against Lino's tyranny, and leading the charge is none other than the Thundercats themselves. In the grand finale of this series, things get real intense, real quick. Wily Cat's got a tough choice to make, but he stands his ground and refuses to fight his Thundercat pals. Then comes the big reveal. The phony Lino isn't a dude at all. It's Tashi, a beautiful princess from ancient times who was imprisoned in the time continuum. She has the power to mesmerize males. Just in the nick of time, Panthro arrives with an army of Burbles he's tweaked a bit. The Thundercats and the Burbles go toe-to-toe with Tashi until the real Lino finally shows up. Well, big thanks to Snarf and a magical book for making that happen. Tashi, though, isn't backing down easy. She uses her doom gaze, thinking she's got Lino and Panthro cornered. But Chitara steps in and shuts that down real quick. The dust settles with the Thundercats stoked to have the real Lino back, and Tisha ends up in the Time Warp prison, getting a taste of her own medicine. Thundercats, the return. Snarf is chatting with the Book of Omens, but it's pretty clear the little guy's lost a few marbles. He's having a full-on convo with himself about using a key to crack open the book. The book tells Snarf that he should not be doing it, but he goes for it. Snarf dives into the book, and there's Lion-O, thinking he's just been training in there for a day. But Snarf breaks it to him that it's actually been a whopping 5 years. Snarf brings Lion-O up to speed, and we see a flashback to year 1 without Lion-O. Things on Thundera were looking up. The Thundercats, with Panthro taking the lead in Lion-O's stead, were rebuilding their civilization, and it was booming. But then Mumra crashes the party with a mutant army from Plundar. It's a total nightmare. In just one night, Mumra and his goons wreak havoc, taking down and enslaving the Thundercats. Snarf somehow manages to slip through Mumra's fingers and succeeds in securing the Book of Omens. Meanwhile, Mumra hands Slythe the book's key, ordering its destruction. But Slythe can't destroy the key because of how powerful it is, so he just chucks it somewhere he thinks no one will ever find. 5 years later, Snarf's finally got his paws on the key. Back to Thundera they go, and it's a mess. Statues of Mumra and Marmut are everywhere. The place is in ruins, and there's not a single Thundercat structure left standing. Lion-O uses the Eye of Thundera and spots Panthro slaving away in the mines. Cut to Mumra. He's chilling with Marmut, talking about how he's been bored out of his skull. But now that Lion-O's back, he's all geared up for some action. So yeah, Mumra knows that Lion-O's back. In fact, Mumra knew all along that Slythe wouldn't destroy the key and that Snarf would free Lion-O. He's plotting something as he calls his servants, and who do we see? Wily Kit and Wily Cat are all grown up. In the second issue, we see Snarf outside the wrecked cat's lair, deep in conversation with the Book of Omens. He's got this whole thing about not being able to go back to where Thundera fell. He tells the book that just looking at the Thundercat's lair sends chills down his spine, let alone going inside. Meanwhile, Lion-O is rummaging through the ruins and stumbles upon the bones of Bengali dangling from a wall, complete with a blood-written threat from Mumra. It's a warning to anyone thinking of challenging his rule. In the next few panels, we see Lion-O and Snarf heading to the mines to bust Panthro out. They're battling their way down to the deepest parts of the mine where Panthro's slaving away. It's a full-on rescue mission. On the other hand, Mumra has got his eyes on Lion-O's moves through his cauldron, with Wily Kit and Wily Cat hanging around. Mumra's having a heated debate with the ancient spirits of evil. He's insistent he's not letting Lion-O win, he's just playing with him, giving him a false sense of hope before planning to take him down for real. Mumra gets all high and mighty, reminding the spirits he's already offed one of them and won't hesitate to do it again if they cross him. Then he snaps at Wily Kit for not fetching Marmut fast enough and dishes out some punishment for her down his spine, let alone going inside. Meanwhile, Lion-O is rummaging through the ruins and stumbles upon the bones of Bengali dangling from a wall, complete with a blood-written threat from Mumra. It's a warning to anyone thinking of challenging his rule. In the next few panels, we see Lion-O and Snarf heading to the mines to bust Panthro out. They're battling their way down to the deepest parts of the mine where Panthro's slaving away. It's a full-on rescue mission. On the other hand, Mumra has got his eyes on Lion-O's moves through his cauldron, with Wily Kit and Wily Cat hanging around. Mumra's having a heated debate with the ancient spirits of evil. He's insistent he's not letting Lion-O win, he's just playing with him, giving him a false sense of hope before planning to take him down for real. Mumra gets all high and mighty, reminding the spirits he's already offed one of them and won't hesitate to do it again if they cross him. Then he snaps at Wily Kit for not fetching Marmut fast enough and dishes out some punishment for her lagging. Back in the mines, Lion-O finally reaches Panthro and sets him free. Another Thundercat, name unknown, hatches a plan. They'll start a riot, which will give Panthro, Snarf and Lion-O a shot at escaping without tipping off Mumra about the brewing rebellion. However, they don't know that Mumra is toying with the Thundercats. He's just letting Lion-O believe that he's had a small victory. In fact, Mumra will actually let Lion-O unite his friends. Lion-O's hesitant at first, but then realizes it's their best shot to slip away unnoticed. So they take the chance and bolt from the mine. In the third issue, we start with Wily Kit giving Mumra a bath. While chilling in the tub, Mumra speaks about Chitara, who's enslaved and holed up in Castle Plundar. She's super bitter, thinking Lion-O's to blame for the mess on Thundera. In the next panel, we see the Vulture Man is busy trying to figure out Tigra's whip. He's chatting with Jackal Man about feeling like they're just Mumra's lackeys. Mumra lets the other mutants leave, but these guys, along with Slythe and Monkeyan, get stuck on Thundera. Slythe barges in, scolding them for trash-talking Mumra, but even he admits he feels like a prisoner. Meanwhile, Tigra is wandering around, shackled but free to move, while Chitara is chained to a wall, suffering at the mutants' hands. Now, back to Lion-O, Panthro and Snarf. They're plotting to storm Castle Plundar's
Bro,
front
that
door
dude
to
is
rescue
evil.
Tigra and Chitara. The castle's pretty much deserted except for these 4 mutants and some slaves. Snarf creates a diversion, giving Panthro and Lino a chance to unshackle Tigra. Tigra grabs his whip and it's go time. Panthro frees Chitara, who's clearly got a thing with Panthro. She's not happy with Lino though, gives him a slap and storms out. Tigra clues Lino in about how some folks are pinning the blame on him for all the bad stuff happening. Meanwhile, Mumra is having a one-on-one with Wily Cat. He's scheming to lure the Thundercats to his pyramid. The plan is that Wily Cat will trick them into thinking they've got a surprise attack in the bag. In return, Mumra promises Wily Cat and his sister can peace out unharmed, and trusting Mumra would be the most foolish thing to do. Wily Cat zooms towards Cat's lair on his hoverboard, deep in thought. He's wrestling with why he's betraying the Thundercats to Mumra. It boils down to his sister's survival. He's desperate to keep them both safe and free. To make his story convincing, he scratches himself up, playing the part of someone who's fought hard for his freedom. Meanwhile, Mumra is with Wily Kit, watching Wily Cat's approach. He's gloating about how easily he swayed Wily Cat to betray his pals. He even suggests that Wily Cat might betray his own sister for his freedom and safety. That sets Wily Kit off big time, and she snaps at Mumra, earning herself some harsh punishment. Then there's Chitara, who's fuming at Lino. When he questions why they didn't rescue him from the Book of Omens sooner, she lets him have it. She blames him for everything, calling him weak and unworthy of being the Lord of the Thundercats. Lino's hit hard by this, shouldering the guilt for all the chaos since he got trapped in the book. Right then, Wily Cat shows up and persuades everyone to sneak into the Onyx Pyramid. The Thundercats, now in stealth mode, make their way into the pyramid, all the way to Mumra's sarcophagus chamber. Lino, thinking Wily Cat's about to launch an attack on Mumra, tries to intervene. But Mumra reveals the truth. Wily Cat isn't attacking. He's actually returning to Mumra's side. The Thundercats begin fighting the supercharged mutants while Mumra's got Wily Kid in his clutches. Amidst the battle frenzy, Mumra lets Wily Kid go, giving her the choice to leave or join the fray. She chooses to fight, jumping in with the rest of the Thundercats. Lino, with a solid assist from Panthro, takes down Slythe and then heads for the antechamber to face off with Mumra. The battle is intense, and for a minute there, it looks like Mumra's got the upper hand. But then Panthro and the gang crash their party. Together, they turn the tide, beating Mumra, who vanishes into a misty escape. After the dust settles, Chitara and Tigra emphasize the need for teamwork, telling Lino it's not all on him to carry. Lino owns up to his part in the mess of the past 5 years and agrees it's time for them to band together and rebuild Thundera as one solid unit. Meanwhile, Mumra's in another chamber, plotting his next move. He's fixated on recapturing Wily Cat and twisting him into his new disciple. The comic book ends here, but it seemed pretty foolish on Mumra's part to let Lino have his way. But I guess the writers couldn't come up with a better idea. Thundercats, Dogs of War. Wily Cat, thought to be gone, turns up looking worse for wear after 15 years in Thundera's Badlands. He spots some aliens plotting to take over Thundera and decides to warn the others, who think he's dead. Meanwhile, Liono's aged a ton because of some side effects from his Book of Omens training. He's like 100 now, and he's thinking about picking a successor. Snarf's gotten old too, wearing spectacles and all. There are also these new kids, Wily Cub and Wily Cat, who might be related to Chitara and Panthro. Amidst this, the Thundercats are facing a tough ultimatum from the War Dogs: surrender Thundera or get wiped out. Pumira and Linkso are still kicking, but with Lino so old and the cats outnumbered, things are looking bleak. Lino, in a crazy decision, teams up with Mumra and the mutants to fight the War Dogs. Vultureman's not thrilled about it, and it takes Lino some convincing to get the mutants on board. They concoct a plan to sneak into the War Dogs' base, with Lino as a fake prisoner. But surprise, there's betrayal afoot. Jackalman's playing for the other team, and Mumra's up to no good as usual. The Thundercats and their unlikely allies are captured, but Lino chatted with the Lizarian that might turn the tide. Meanwhile, the Thundercubs find Mumra and hatch a plan to use him to free the others. Their plan is that Mumra would disguise himself as the Doberlord and sneak them into where the others are locked up. But the ruse doesn't last long and chaos ensues. Mumra, now re-energized, jumps into the fray with a new, rather cringy battle cry. In the end, the lizard guy locked up with Lino takes down the War Dogs.
Kitty paws can be destructive, so give them something else to claw with TikTok Shop.
He was trapped
Learn
in the
what it
Book of
takes to get
Omens
into
and he aged
sports.
100 years
From
old.
sportscasting to marketing, content
They don't really
creation
love
to
Lino. That's why they banned this series.
In the end, the lizard guy locked up with Lino takes down the War Dogs. Superman, Thundercats. In Thundercats Superman, the scene opens up on Thundera with Mumra trying to secure the orbs of Barrick. These orbs allow the user to zip to any spot on the planet in a flash. Mumra's pretty stoked since these orbs could be his golden ticket to beating the Thundercats. While Mumra is daydreaming about his victory tour, this bald lady, Lantana Lynn, crashes his party. She's a refugee looking for a safe spot and comes with a deal. She tells Mumra about another dimension with a twin to the Eye of Thundera. Mumra's ears perk up, since he's been after this gem for ages. Meanwhile, Nupil, a former slave of Mumra, overhears this and bolts to the Thundercats with the intel. He reveals that Lantana has wrapped Mumra's mutants in some magical talismans and is planning to hop dimensions with some kind of enchantments. Lino decides they gotta hit Mumra at dawn. Cut to Metropolis on Earth, where Clark Kent and Lois Lane are at the museum doing their daily planet thing. They're all relaxed, joking around. Then Clark spots the Eye of Thundera and gets super intrigued. Back in Thundera, as the Thundercats reach Mumra, the villains are gearing up for their dimension jump. Lantana's mid-spell when the Thundercats crash their party. Mumra's caught off guard, but Lantana keeps on with her spell. She opens a portal with a crazy strong pull that starts dragging everything around it. The Thundercats try to fight the pull, but they see Mumra and his crew getting sucked in. Lino tells Snarf they gotta stop the witch and dives into the portal after them, into Metropolis. Wily Kit and Wily Cat are quick to comment on the new smells and fashion, while Snarf suggests they try to make friends with the Earthlings. However, the humans can't understand the Thundercats' language, causing a bit of confusion and fear. Meanwhile, Mumra, along with Lantana Lynn, is planning to use the Orbs of Barrick for themselves. Additionally, they aim to get their hands on a twin eye of Thundera. The Thundercats spot Mumra and his gang, who, thanks to Lantana's talismans, are invisible to the humans. This leads to a chaotic scene where the Thundercats appear to be attacking innocent people. The cops show up, thinking the Thundercats are hostile metahumans. In the thick of this confusion, Superman, now all suited up, intervenes. He can't see Mumra's mutants and believes the Thundercats are causing trouble. A fight breaks out, and, surprisingly, Superman finds himself struggling against the Thundercats' magic.
Because they got magic and technology.
Snarf, realizing the misunderstanding, uses the clarifying staff of knowledge to translate the language for Superman. Once things are cleared up, Superman agrees to help them against Mumra, though he's wary of the kryptonite talismans. As they try to figure out their next move, Superman spots the Eye of Thundera in Lino's Sword of Omens. He suggests heading to the Metropolis Museum, where they find Mumra and his crew trying to steal the Twin Eye. The Thundercats snatch the talismans to help Superman out, and a fight ensues. Mumra transforms into his ever-living form and battles Superman. Lino steps in and they manage to turn the tables on Mumra and the mutants. They all head back to Thundera through the portal. Back on Earth, Superman tells Lois about the adventure, and she places the Twin Eye of Thundera in a display case at the Fortress of Solitude. Back on Thundera, Mumra finds out that the Orbs of Barrick were stolen by Lantana Lynn, who reveals herself to be Mr. Mixus-Piddalik, a trickster from DC's Superman comics.
Oh,
He'd been
dang.
using Mumra to get the orbs for his own interdimensional travels. Mixus-Piddalik leaves a frustrated Mumra behind as he takes off, and this insanely over-colored crossover comes to an end. He-Man, Thundercats. After yet another loss to Lino, Mumra heads back to his creepy black pyramid to patch himself up. Once he's back in action, the ancient spirits of evil, his masters, tell him that they've got the ultimate weapon to take down the Thundercats, He-Man's Power Sword. Over in Eternos City on Eternia, Prince Adam is jolted awake, and he scrambles to a ceremony in his honor. But oops, he's super late, and King Randor, his dad, is not happy. Just as he's getting a royal scolding, an earthquake hits, and everyone spots Third Earth, where the Thundercats and Mumra usually hang out. In fact, Third Earth rips through space and parks itself above Eternia. Back on Third Earth, the Thundercats are freaking out about the quakes and Eternia suddenly appearing in the sky. Ghost Jagger, their wise old mentor, shows up and tells them it's bad news. Both worlds are now tied together, for better or worse. Lion-O unsheaths his Sword of Omens for some sight beyond sight to scope out the danger. Meanwhile, Eternia is dealing with its own chaos, like massive quakes and a tidal wave hitting Eternos City. Prince Adam, King Randor, and Adam's pet tiger Cringer get swept over a balcony by the wave. Adam saves Randor and Cringer, hauling them to safety. Just as he's about to transform into He-Man with his Sword of Power, the Sorceress of Grayskull shows up. She's like, "Hold up, I'll keep the sword safe in Castle Grayskull." But as Adam hands over the sword, the sorcerer stabs him. Turns out it's Mumra in one of his disguises. After making sure the Third Earth allies are safe from the quakes, the Thundercats gear up for a trip to Eternia. Lino's got some doubts about leading this mission and shares his worries with Panthro. Panthro, ever the supportive buddy, boosts Lino's confidence, reminding him of the faith the Sword of Omens and the Thundercats have in him. Grateful for the pep talk, Lino joins the rest of the crew as they head to their ship, ready for the journey to Eternia. Meanwhile, Mumra's having a bit of a villainous celebration. You know, like holding up He-Man's sword while Adam's still stuck on it. Mumra brags about his ability to sense evil, or the lack thereof, which helped him track down Adam. But Adam's not out of the game yet. He grabs the sword, calls on the power of Grayskull, and boom, transforms into He-Man. Additionally, he heals up in the process. He-Man and Mum-Ra fight each other, with Mum-Ra wielding the sword against both He-Man and Cringer. He-Man starting to get the upper hand when Mum-Ra poofs away in a flash of light. Mum-Ra reappears in some creepy corridor and overhears the ancient spirits of evil making a deal with someone. Before he can do anything, he's blasted to ashes. Who's the deal maker? Well, it's Skeletor. He scoops up the power sword and agrees to the spirit's terms. In his lab, Skeletor's got Mum-Ra's helmet full of ashes and the Sword of Power. Turns out, Mum-Ra's still hanging in there, and Skeletor's pretty entertained by it. He reveals that he learned about the spirits from the Golden Discs of Knowledge and made a deal. The Power Sword and Mum-Ra in exchange for his freedom from the Black Pyramid, something Mum-Ra never managed. Back with He-Man and Cringer, they're looking after King Randor, who suddenly wakes up, all worried about Adam. He-Man reassures him that Adam's fine and just as concerned about Randor, but then they're ambushed by a combo of Third Earth's mutants and Skeletor's minions. It's a massive brawl, but He-Man, with some help from Randor, manages to take down evil Lynn's magic, the mutants' weapons and every physical attack thrown their way. Over at Skeletor's Snake Mountain pad, he tells the Thundercats something pretty dark. Skeletor can't handle the power of Grayskull on his own. It'd chew him up, but if he mixes Mum-Ra's ashes into a potion, it'll link Mum-Ra's everlasting mojo to him, letting him wield the Power Sword. Naturally, Mum-Ra's not thrilled, but Skeletor downs the potion anyway and calls forth the power of Grayskull, and suddenly he gets He-Man's strength. This power shift hits He-Man hard. He transforms back into Prince Adam, right in front of his dad, King Randor. Adam's still got that lethal wound, and he collapses into Randor's arms. Meanwhile, Skeletor is living the life with his new power, even though he's got no plans to free the ancient spirits of evil from the pyramid. But then, Snake Mountain gets hit hard by the Thundercats, led by Lion-O. Skeletor's stronger now, and initially pushes the Thundercats back. The cats give it their all, but Skeletor just brushes them off. That's until Lion-O lands a solid hit on Skeletor, but not without suffering a slash to the eye from the Power Sword.
Damn.
In the chaos, Mum-Ra, now part of Skeletor, tries to take the reins. However, Skeletor manages to keep Mum-Ra from taking over, but Lion-O quickly understands that the two bad guys are fused. He uses Mum-Ra's fear of his own reflection to get Skeletor to scram, and grabs the Power Sword. Skeletor teleports away, fighting for control with Mum-Ra. Mum-Ra wins the internal tug-of-war and gets his original form back, but loses the Power Sword's boost. Realizing they're stuck together, Skeletor suggests they can both win if they play it smart. Back in Eternos, Adam has succumbed to his wounds. Holding the Power Sword, Lion-O feels guilty that he couldn't return it to He-Man. He has a heart-to-heart with King Randor, who's just realizing what a hero his son was. Lion-O assures Randor that Adam definitely felt his father's love. Randor, in turn, tells Lion-O to rule from his heart, not by trying to live up to others. Eternia is hit with another quake, and everyone's eyes go skyward to see four humongous giants wreaking havoc. Mum-Ra and Skeletor, now a power duo, have unleashed the ancient spirits of evil on the city, aiming to get the power of Castle Grayskull. Lion-O steps up, promising the Thundercats will help King Randor fight these giants. In the midst of all this, Slythe, the mutant leader, taunts Lion-O, saying he can't beat Mum-Ra because the evil dude keeps bouncing back from the dead. That taunt sparks an idea in Lion-O's head. He orders the Thundercats to help defend Grayskull, then takes Adam's body and jets back to Third Earth with Cringer, Adam's loyal tiger, who won't leave his side. They hit Mum-Ra's Black Pyramid and find some folks looting the place. Lion-O and Cringer manage to get Adam and the Sword of Power into Mum-Ra's sarcophagus, hoping for a resurrection. When nothing happens right away, Lion-O sends Cringer to handle the looters and uses the Sword of Omens to morph Cringer into a battle cat-like form. Alone, Lion-O's praying hard for a miracle when he hears something inside the sarcophagus. Suddenly, it explodes and a furious He-Man comes out. He attacks Lion-O. The power mix-up has healed He-Man, but also messed with his mind. Lion-O defends himself, but He-Man's strength is off the charts. He almost drowns Lion-O before the Thundercats make a break for it. Desperate, Lion-O amps up his own power with the Sword of Omens, calling for power beyond power. Now on more equal footing, Lion-O manages to get He-Man to see a vision of a terrible future where Mum-Ra and Skeletor have won. This snaps He-Man out of his rage, and he's grateful to Lion-O. The two finally introduce themselves, allies in a wild and unexpected turn of events. He-Man, Lion-O, and a normal form Cringer regroup, and the Tiger is clearly stoked to see his best bud alive and well. The trio hustles to their ship, and they race back to Eternia, where the stakes are sky high. The ancient spirits of evil are knocking at Castle Grayskull's door, with Skeletor and Mum-Ra watching from a distance. King Randor rallies an army, joined by the Thundercats, ready to face off against the giants. Man-at-Arms, Tigra, and Panthro get creative and rig up a cannon that's a mix of Eternian and Thunderian tech. They're aiming to blast the spirits while the others keep them busy. Inside the castle, the sorceress is working on the defenses when Jagger's spirit shows up. Outside, the good guys are giving it their all, but the spirits are tough nuts to crack. Tigra whips up an illusion to make Grayskull vanish, which throws the spirits and the villains for a loop. Back in the action, Jagger and the sorceress reappear with a golden disc of knowledge from Thundera. They reveal that Skeletor and Mumra used Skeletor's discs to make the spirit solid, and each spirit has a disc on its chest. Destroy those and the spirits are toast. Teela and Chitara team up on a flyer to take down a spirit. Chitara's sixth sense saves them from a blast, and Teela crashes the flyer into the spirit's disc, taking it out. Then, Orko accidentally surprises Snarf, who smashes the second spirit's disc. Wily Kit and Wily Cat team up with Buzzoff and Stratos for the third spirit. After Buzzoff and Stratos take a hit, the Thunder Kittens smash the third disc, stopping that spirit in its tracks. While the final spirit is giving Castle Grayskull a hard time, the sorceress holds up a shield to protect it. Panthro and Man-at-Arms are on the cannon, ready to blast the spirit. They manage to knock it back, but the spirit snatches Man-at-Arms. Panthro jumps into action to save him, and while the spirit's distracted, Tigra, though wiped out, aims and fires the cannon, hitting the spirit's disc and taking it down. The heroes are celebrating, but Skeletor and Mumra are already scheming their next move. They watch the action, absorbing the fading spirit's power and morph into this entity called Mumator. This juiced-up Mumator wastes no time attacking the already tired heroes. He-Man, Lion-O, and Battle Cat rock up to the scene, but it's a mess. The heroes are down and Grayskull's wide open. He-Man tells Battle Cat to look after the gang while he and Lion-O dash into the castle. He-Man leads Lion-O through Grayskull, explaining how it connects different worlds and realities. They find the sorceress trapped by Mumator, who's got this orb, the heart of the castle and the key to its power. He-Man and Lion-O launch into battle, but they've got to snatch the orb and the sword from Mumator. Lion-O realizes they can use the castle's Nexus power to their advantage. They push Mumator off an edge, and all three of them end up in an alternate Eternia ruled by Mumator. He-Man grabs the orb and they teleport away and land in a reality where He-Man's like a Superman hero on Earth. But Mumator shows up again, takes possession of He-Man's sword, and Lion-O uses the orb to jump realities once more. They land in a world where their allies have merged, but Mumator's quick to attack, getting the sword before Lion-O whisks them away with the orb. This time, they end up on Thundera before its destruction. Lion-O's hit hard by seeing his dad staying behind as young Lion-O, Jagger, and the other Thundercats escape. Caught off guard, Lion-O is attacked by Mumator. In the struggle, they're yanked back into Grayskull, with Mumator grabbing the orb from Lion-O. With both the sword and the orb in his grasp, Mumator calls in his crew, the mutants and Skeletor's cronies, to jump He-Man and Lion-O. Meanwhile, he's getting busy activating the orb. But the sorceress, now free from their reality hopping, calls in the cavalry, all the recovered heroes to back up He-Man and Lion-O. Mumator unlocks the orb, and as he does, He-Man's starting to lose his juice. Lion-O, in a quick move, slashes Mumator's wrist, grabs the power sword, but it's too late to stop the orb. He-Man and Lion-O, in a do-or-die move, decide to fuse He-Man's remaining Grayskull power and the power sword with the Sword of Omens. It's risky, could wipe them both out, but it's their only shot. He-Man powers up the Sword of Omens, and together they unleash the power beyond power at Mumator. The energy blast is massive and shreds Mumator back into Skeletor and Mumra, then obliterating both. The blast turns He-Man back into Adam, but locks up the orb. The sorceress and Jagger declare it a win. Lion-O spots a portal back to Thundera and is itching to jump back in time to save his dad and his world. But Adam holds him back, reminding him his future, not his past, is where he's needed. Lion-O, heavy-hearted, agrees. Later, as the heroes are saying their goodbyes and loading up the baddies, Lion-O gets ready to head back to Third Earth. He-Man, now back as Adam, reflects on how it'll be now that everyone knows his secret. Lion-O reckons it's good for fathers.
Your friend back, Chief home. She got this one. This was $15.99. I gotta get better. I'm excited. I got more VHS movies. Oh, the VHS lady came.
To share secrets. Then, Lionel reveals that he's actually a 12-year-old in an adult body. He-Man is flawed, but says that Lionel's going to be an even greater leader when he grows up. Battle of the Planets, Thundercats. In the Thundercats Battle of the Planets crossover comic, the story starts with two kids at home, glued to their favourite shows, Thundercats and Battle of the Planets. As they're watching, the action in both shows starts to converge in a wild way. On the screen, both Lion-O from Thundercats and Mark from Battle of the Planet stumble upon this mysterious portal. Mark gets sucked into this portal and ends up crash-landing on what seems like Third Earth, the main stomping grounds of the Thundercats. The events with Panthro and Chitara give us a hint that this version of Lion-O is the younger one, who's still getting used to his adult body after his time jump in the suspension capsule. It's a bit of a throwback to the early days of Lion-O, before he fully caught up mentally to his grown-up physique. Meanwhile, back with G-Force, which is basically Mark's squad from Battle of the Planets, they catch a glimpse of Lion-O on their monitor and jump to the conclusion that Mark's been abducted. They're itching to dive into the rift after him, but Chief Anderson hits the brakes, wary of the risk of losing more of the team through the rift. Interestingly, the comic also has commercial breaks, just like you'd see in a real TV show. We get a glimpse of the kids watching the favourite cartoons as these commercial interludes pop up. Anyway, the situation gets a tad bit more serious when we get to the part featuring Seven's Arc 7, a character from Battle of the Planets. This is important because it's one of the rare comic appearances for Seven Dark 7 outside of the old Gold Key comics that were released back in the day. During one of these commercial breaks, we see Seven's Arc 7, who's usually super focused on monitoring G-Force and keeping an eye out for Spectra activities. However, here, he's shown planning an oil bath for two with his long-distance robot girlfriend, Susan, who operates an early warning station on Pluto. There's even a somewhat cheeky reference to One Rover One, Sark's robot dog sidekick. The kids watching the show are also portrayed with distinctive personalities. One child has a rather intense way of expressing excitement during play, using phrases like, "You're gonna die, big time," while the other comes across as somewhat bratty. Nevertheless, Lion-O and Mark find themselves in a bit of a bind. They wake up to discover they're captives of the mutants, who are now wearing Spectra gear. To add to the trouble, the mutants are giving the Robert Burbles a rough time. Lion-O and Mark are also stripped of their gear. Lion-O's Sword of Omens and Mark's wristband are in the hands of their captors. Back at the ranch, the other Thundercats decide to jump into the fray and zip through the portal in search of Lion-O. They attempt to blend in by donning disguises. Most of them go for a G-Force style getup, but Panthro chooses to dress up like a pimp, which is, well, a choice. Their undercover operation doesn't fool Jason from G-Force, though. He spots the group of cat people from his car and immediately tips off the rest of his team.
Run this back.
Meanwhile, Chief Anderson from G-Force
Run this back. Run
his
this
robot
back.
girlfriend, Susan. Anderson hits the brakes, wary of the risk of losing more of the team through the rift.
Oh. Run it back. Run it back. Run it back. We still filming? Stream is still running. Oh, hold on. Can I mute it? The app is displayed. What? I mute it? Okay. I think I gotta update some widgets or something. Alright. I think I need to send out links. I already watched the Insane Lord Tekken. Nah, I'll watch that again. But I just wanted to let y'all know quickly my grandmother's next door neighbor, which is her friend, she was throwing out movies. And I got some, like literally we're gonna look up how much a movie is and we're gonna put it on eBay. We're gonna see how much we can get for it. Hold on, let me look up something. I might put it on Facebook Market. Okay. Okay, look. Summary: Rare VHS tapes are highly sought after by collectors. Despite, hold on, let me go tell my grandma this, and I'm gonna read y'all this. Hold on. I'm rich. We talking about Thundercats. We talking about He-Man. Guess who got a sword? Ho! Guess who got a sword? Me. Let me stop before I hit my. No, I don't care. Me. Ouch. I'm not beat my city in like that. I need to get more spiritual ice so y'all be like, dang, Ski Goosey, you dripped out with the gauntlets. I do this for real. If you ever seen me stay away from me, I'm like that. But I don't claim to be like that. I'm a warrior for me and God and protecting the goodness. I'm the vanquisher. I love evil so evil scared of me. Yeah. Alright. So enough of me geeking and tweaking. Let's watch this story and I'm going to tell you about the VHS tapes.
Interestingly, the comic also has commercial. Mark's been abducted. They're rich. To jump later, as the heroes are saying, "Battle of the Planets." Thundercats. Lion-O reveals that he's actually a 12-year-old in an adult body. He-Man is flawed, but says that Lion-O's going to be an even greater leader when he grows up. Battle of the Planets. Thundercats. In the Thundercats Battle of the Planets crossover comic, the story starts with two kids at home, glued to their favourite shows, Thundercats and Battle of the Planets. As they're watching, the action in both shows starts to converge in a wild way. On the screen, both Lion-O from Thundercats and Mark from Battle of the Planets stumble upon this mysterious portal. Mark gets sucked into this portal and ends up crash landing on what seems like Third Earth, the main stomping grounds of the Thundercats. The events with Panthro and Chitara give us a hint that this version of Lion-O is the younger one, who's still getting used to his adult body after his time jump in the suspension capsule. It's a bit of a throwback to the early days of Lion-O, before he fully caught up mentally to his grown-up physique. Meanwhile, back with G-Force, which is basically Mark's squad from Battle of the Planets, they catch a glimpse of Lion-O on their monitor and jump to the conclusion that Mark's been abducted. They're itching to dive into the rift after him, but Chief Anderson hits the brakes, wary of the risk of losing more of the team through the rift. Interestingly, the comic also has commercial breaks, just like you'd see in a real TV show. We get a glimpse of the kids watching the favourite cartoons as these commercial interludes pop up. Anyway, the situation gets a tad bit more serious when we get to the part featuring Seven's Arc 7, a character from Battle of the Planets. This is important because it's one of the rare comic appearances for 7 Dark 7 outside of the old Gold Key comics that were released back in the day. During one of these commercial breaks, we see 7's Arc 7, who's usually super focused on monitoring G-Force and keeping an eye out for Spectra activities. However, here, he's shown planning an oil bath for two with his long-distance robot girlfriend, Susan, who operates an early warning station on Pluto. There's even a somewhat cheeky reference to One Rover One, Sark's robot dog sidekick. The kids watching the show are also portrayed with distinctive personalities. One child has a rather intense way of expressing excitement during play, using phrases like, "You're gonna die, big time," while the other comes across as somewhat bratty. Nevertheless, Lion-O and Mark find themselves in a bit of a bind. They wake up to discover they're captives of the mutants, who are now wearing Spectra gear. To add to the trouble, the mutants are giving the Robert Burbles a rough time. Lion-O and Mark are also stripped of their gear. Lion-O's Sword of Omens and Mark's wristband are in the hands of their captors. Back at the ranch, the other Thundercats decide to jump into the fray and zip through the portal in search of Lion-O. They attempt to blend in by donning disguises. Most of them go for a G-Force style getup, but Panthro chooses to dress up like a pimp, which is, well, a choice. Their undercover operation doesn't fool Jason from G-Force though. He spots the group of cat people from his car and immediately tips off the rest of his team. Meanwhile, Chief Anderson from G-Force is actually Mum-Ra in disguise. He's been conspiring with the Luminous One to trap the leaders of both teams and set up a scenario where their teammates end up fighting each other. Classic Mum-Ra behaviour. You know, the whole planning to betray his allies as part of his grand scheme of evil. Meanwhile, Lion-O and Mark manage to outsmart Slythe and retrieve Lion-O's Sword of Omens and Mark's wristband. Mark transforms and Lion-O uses the cat signal to summon the Thundercats and G-Force through the portal to join the fray. The United team really gets into gear, taking on the bad guys with full force. Amidst the chaos, Zoltar reveals to Mum-Ra about a bomb that could obliterate the unique explosive core of Third Earth. Mum-Ra nonchalantly reveals he stashed it in Zoltar's desk, back in the office tower. Meanwhile, Keop discovers the real Chief Anderson, who had been MIA for a while. As G-Force and the Thundercats are still trying to figure out how to gel as a team, Jason from G-Force and Chitara from Thundercats share a spontaneous kiss, leaving everyone, including their team. And the Thundercats are still trying to figure out how to gel as a team. Jason from G-Force and Chitara from Thundercats share a spontaneous kiss, leaving everyone, including their teammates, pretty stunned. The moment feels out of the blue, especially with Jason's half-hearted promise to call and Chitara's skepticism. So that was all about Lion-O's super adventurous life. And if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. Have a good one and be safe.
So let me
Thanks,
tell you,
everyone.
Thundercats has been hold. Let's just be honest. Thundercats was hold. The potential that this whole show had, like literally, Okay, so I saw Thundercats, like the original, like little bit of it. I wish I would have caught more of it. I don't know why Boomerang, you have to literally, bruh, I remember back in the day, summers watching Boomerang. You have to watch Boomerang to catch some of these old shows for real. And sometimes they would be playing reruns of like the popular like Johnny Quest, Yogi Bear, The Smurfs, Scooby Doo, Tom and Jerry. You feel me? But when Thundercats came on, this show got hold. This show's potential got hold like a 12-year-old and I feel like the reboot was the reboot of Thundercats, like the 2011 edition. I caught that one. Even then, I caught parts of that still. That's why I said Thundercats had the most potential. Thundercats had the most potential. I feel like they should do a new He-Man, you feel me? And instead of doing, they need to do a new Thundercats anime, and they need to do a new He-Man anime, you feel me? Like some studios need to come and really tap in because, bruh, if He-Man get a reboot now, bruh, it'd be a lot of old heads and kids be on the Thundercats get a literally. Every time a new superhero or a superhero that we know about underground that don't get no movie or screen time gets movie and screen time and television becomes a bigger sensation around, the states, the globe, and everything. That's why I said, bruh, everybody done for real because this crap been out, and I was born in 2000. This was back in the early 90s and stuff like that, and hold on. Nah, hold on. Forget that. Hey Siri. Masters of the Universe Revolution. Pull that up. It's on Netflix. Hold on, let's look at this.
That's not mad science. That's visual collaboration. Try Lucidchart today.
Unlike some hearts, Reese's don't taste like desperation. Happy Valentine's Day.
So, Masters of the Universe Revolution is finally here on Netflix, and as we guessed, it picks up right where Revelation ends. And if you have still not managed to watch the previous season, you can simply watch the recap video that we released a few days ago. Now, when Mattel and Netflix entrusted Kevin Smith with the task of making a reboot for He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, they were not exactly aiming for a complete modernization of the franchise. In fact, the 2021 release, Masters of the Universe Revelation, aimed to serve as a seamless continuation of He-Man's original adventures from the 1980s syndicated animated series, specifically targeting the adult fan base who had fond memories of the show from their childhood. However, this strategic approach faced a lot of backlash and trolling from adult fans who grew up watching the series and were displeased with the bold decision to seemingly kill off the main character in the very first episode. While Revelation ultimately restored the balance, its conclusion left fans feeling disgruntled, and Kevin Smith himself was stung by the response. Surprisingly, Smith has returned with a sequel that appears to be an effort to address and rectify some of the criticisms fans had about the previous reboot by delivering a lively and vibrant He-Man vs. Skeletor narrative. Do you guys remember how in the second episode of the previous season, Teela and Andra infiltrated Snake Mountain and found out that Triclops and some of Skeletor's minions have formed a peculiar technological cult devoted to worshipping an entity known as Motherboard? Back then, it felt like a minor whimsical comedic element in the bigger tale, much like how the franchise used to be back in the 80s, but in reality, they were actually building up for the impending doom in the second season, which Revolution beautifully picks up and delivers. So, without wasting another moment, let's find out how Masters of the Universe Revolution redeemed itself with its banger ending.
Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin.
Prince Adam grapples with the death of his father and is forced to choose his fate. Right from the very beginning of the new season, Prince Adam takes charge of Eternia's forces, leading them on a dangerous expedition into the depths of Subternia with a mission to reclaim the souls of their fallen champions ensnared by the malevolent Scareglow, who subjected them to his cruel whims after evil Lyn destroyed Preternia in the previous season and robbed them of their eternal peace. The entire crew is here, King Randor in a very Iron Man-ish tech armor suit. Andra is no longer a novice in battle. Duncan is whooping ass as usual, and of course there is He-Man and the Sorceress showing off their own abilities. Despite the triumph over Scareglow and the liberation of trapped souls from his hellish clutches, their joy is short-lived. King Randor is suffering from organ failure, so in his weakened and ailing condition, he accepts his fate and requests Adam and Teela to let him peacefully pass, acknowledging the inevitability of mortality. Before taking his last breath, Randor imparts a crucial decision to Adam, the choice between wielding the scepter of a king or the sword of a champion. He believes that no one can bear the burden of both roles, leaving Adam to contemplate his true calling. Simultaneously, Teela learns that souls that wander around without being able to go to Preternia eventually fade, so, determined to bring solace to Randor's spirit, she embarks on a quest to resurrect Preternia. But of course, remaking Heaven in a Day ain't no easy deal, so grappling with the limitations of her own magic, Teela seeks guidance from her mother. The former sorceress revealed that the restoration of Preternia requires the convergence of the ancient magics of Ka, Zoar, and Havok. Teela's journey leads her to Darksmoke in order to track down Lord Granomir, the dragon guardian of Ka, who indulges in the venerable snake magic, and there she finds evil Lyn. Lyn is trying to seek redemption of her sins by nursing a sick Granomir, who is soon going to die after her antics on the world, as seen in Revelation. Skeletor is actually Adam's uncle. Skeletor, or should I say Skeletech, is now augmented with technological enhancements and serves the enigmatic Motherboard, who is actually a puppet in Hordak's grand design to subjugate Eternia under the Horde Empire. On the other hand, amidst the solemn ceremony of King Randor's funeral, Adam confesses his reluctance to follow in his father's footsteps. The moment is abruptly interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Keldor, Randor's long-presumed dead half-brother and King Miro's illegitimate son. Surviving against all odds, Keldor distinguishes himself in a clash against Skeletor's technologically enhanced forces, urging Adam to relinquish the throne, asserting his rightful place as Miro's firstborn. However, Keldor's true identity as Skeletor is soon revealed, a pawn in Hordak's elaborate scheme to seize control of Eternia. Now, Skeletor is a sucker for attention, and when he tries to upsell himself in front of Hordak, he unknowingly embarrasses Motherboard, who basically mops the floor with him. Motherboard's harsh punishment inadvertently unlocks Skeletor's repressed memories, disclosing that he has always been Keldor. He was King Randor's stepbrother, who was sent away and hails from the distant island planet of Anwat Gar, so in fact he had the right to the Eternian throne. However, Anwat Gar fell victim to Hordak's invasion, and that is how Hordak took Keldor in. Under his tutelage, Keldor was transformed into a warrior, and later Hordak equipped him with the Havoc Staff, and that's how he became the infamous Skeletor. When Hordak first instructed a newly transformed Skeletor to invade Eternos, he failed, so Hordak erased Skeletor's memory and confined him to the Snake Mountain. Later, with the assistance of Motherboard, Hordak orchestrated Skeletor's rise to power as the king of Eternos. Meanwhile, Adam, recognizing the Sword of Power's potential to neutralize Motherboard's nanotechnology, entrusts Duncan and Orko with enhancing the sword's capabilities through Gwildor the Locksmith in order to safeguard the citizens of Eternia. On the other hand, in Granomir's lair, Teela teams up with Lyn to persuade Granomir to bestow the magic of Ka upon Teela for the revival of Preternia. While they were all away, Skeletor, disguised as Keldor, used his influence as the king to send Adam to Snake Mountain without an army or the Sword of Power to battle Hordak's horde. When Adam reaches Snake Mountain, he finds the Eternian crown, and that's how he realizes Keldor was in fact Skeletech, and the horde was all his doing. Now, with the army weakened, Eternia is under Skeletor's hold, who calls for Motherboard and Hordak's entire horde to take over the nation. Exploiting this newfound authority, they tampered with the realm's magic, and as Motherboard taps into Grayskull's magical data, it strips Adam of his powers while transforming the Eternian population into automatons. While Hordak and Skeletor take over Eternia, Teela and Lyn regroup with Duncan. Gwildor races against time to augment the sword, and Orko valiantly confronts Hordak's monstrous minions. Unfortunately, by then, Adam is imprisoned with Cringer and his mother, her, but is soon rescued by Andra. Now Skeletor, having ascended to the throne, realizes he has been a pawn in Hordak's game. In a defiant act, he slays Motherboard, confronting Hordak and recalling how he was swayed by him long ago. Hordak, being a proponent of technology and despiser of magic, is caught off guard as Skeletor masterfully blends both magic and technology to ultimately defeat him. In the chaos, Lin takes the opportunity to seize the Staff of Havok, but Skeletor, imbued with a newfound power, emerges with a massive upgrade. He literally does not need the staff to channel magic, and basically could conjure it all by himself. Meanwhile, Adam goes into his late father's private inventory, only to emerge in the same armored tech battlesuit to fight off Hordak's tech minions. He-Man and the Sorceress finally embrace the tension. After Lin entrusts Teela with the staff, she uses all the 3 staffs with the hope to unite the triad of ancient magics to create Preternia, but the overwhelming power proves too much for Teela to handle, leaving the fate of Eternia hanging in the balance. At the right moment, Gwildor makes a timely entrance, presenting the enhanced Sword of Power to Adam. As Teela's efforts begin to take a toll on her, Adam, without hesitation, makes the decision to enter the vortex created by her, alongside his upgraded sword, and invoking the power of Grayskull, he provides her with a much-needed boost, allowing her to channel the power of Grayskull through him. In a breathtaking transformation, he metamorphoses into an upgraded version of He-Man, while simultaneously, Teela is bestowed with the incredible power of becoming the Supreme Sorceress. This transformative process alters both of them, prompting Adam and Teela to move beyond the lingering uncertainty of their relationship and seal their connection with a kiss by acknowledging their long-suppressed feelings for one another. This scene finally gives us old fans what we have wanted to see, so the nod to the fan service here on Smith's part is right on. Anyways, after this poignant moment, Adam encourages Teela to concentrate on revitalizing Preternia, and she takes to the skies to utilize her enhanced powers to bring back Preternia and restore the once home for the deceased. Adam immediately instructs Lin and Orlax to protect her, while asking the others to assist him in battle. On the other hand, Skeletor is busy turning the brainwashed public of Eternia into his own skeletal minions, amalgamated with his personal blend of magic and technology, but Adam stops this by intervening decisively and shattering the spell that held the populace captive, ultimately disrupting Skeletor's control over them. The last battle is no less than a battle of blood. In a climactic showdown, we get what we have been waiting for since the release of the first season. The hero and villain collide, each wielding their distinctive fusion of technology and magic. Skeletor, armed with his magical nanotechnology, squares off against Adam, who brandishes his enhanced Sword of Power. In the middle of this epic battle, Orko and Lin serve as guardians, shielding Teela from Skeletor's crazy army as she embarks on the pivotal ritual to resurrect Preternia. However, Skeletor, channeling his formidable might, summons the ancient Techno-Titans, and as the conflict intensifies, even Granomir, the ancient dragon, arrives to tip the scales in favor of the heroes, but sadly loses his life in the fight. Meanwhile, as Adam teetered on the brink of defeat, Teela completed the final stages of her spell, successfully resurrecting Preternia. This act not only granted a unique form of immortality to the departed, but also absolved evil Lin of the guilt associated with its destruction. With Teela's ritual reaching its climax, the spirit of King Randor, alongside the ghosts of Eternian heroes past, enters the fray, decisively shifting the tide. In a final desperate attempt, Skeletor sought to end Adam's life, but the timely intervention of the ghost of Randor beside He-Man proved pivotal in overcoming Skeletor's onslaught. Plus, with Preternia's resurrection, the souls caught between Eternia and Preternia were finally liberated. Though Skeletor was vanquished, he clung to the spirit of Randor with the hope of sending him to Subternia instead, but Adam, fueled by the immense power coursing through him, channeled it through his sword, transforming Skeletor back into Keldor and stripping him of his dark, magical powers and augmented abilities, ultimately restoring peace and balance to Eternia. On a side note, the scene of Keldor accepting his defeat while observing the assembled heroes seemed a lot like a defeated Loki looking at the Avengers in the Avengers. Interestingly, even Keldor's arc bore resemblance to that of Loki because both were adopted children seeking power, but ultimately took the villainous route when denied their rightful place. Additionally, Keldor's blue skin also paralleled Loki's original blue appearance due to his connection with the Jotuns. Anyways, the battle finally ends with Keldor being locked away in Eternian prison as the remaining horde departs into space after being relieved of their duties since Skeletor no longer held sway over them. Adam turns Eternia into a democracy. In the aftermath of Skeletor's defeat, Prince Adam steps forward to address the citizens of Eternia with a bold declaration of ending the monarchy in Eternina and the dawn of a new era of democracy. Passionately advocating for this significant shift, he attributed the entire Hordak and Skeletor fiasco to his own decision to appoint the wrong king, simply because he was confused about assuming the throne. To break free from the cycle of nepotism, Adam advocated for the people to take on the responsibility of choosing their leader, as he firmly believed that true governance should reside in the hands of the people, empowering them to shape their own destiny. Meanwhile, Keldor, now confined as a prisoner beneath the imposing structure of Castle Grayskull, bides his time, nursing vengeful plans for a potential resurgence. But I think the show missed an opportunity in exploring how he was wronged due to the fear of bad optics. This oversight could have delved into the nuances of his descent into villainy, forcing Adam to re-evaluate his perception of Randor. But again, the show didn't exactly have that sort of time in his season. Anyways, this scene ends on a light-hearted note as, in a surprising turn, Andra decides to step into the political arena, running for office. As for Adam and Tila, they opt to prioritize their relationship and contribute to maintaining the peace and tranquility of Eternia. How does the ending of Masters of the Universe Revolution build itself up for another season? So, in the concluding moments of the show, a new character named Zodak emerges as the leader of the Cosmic Enforcers. This enigmatic team, donning matching helmets, convenes at a coliseum built on an asteroid suspended by a colossal figure, and this asteroid is interconnected with others through vibrant chains. After witnessing Evil Lynn's remarkable display of heroism, Zodak expresses a desire to recruit her into this mysterious group. Now, originally introduced by Mattel as a somewhat generic villain, Zodak underwent quite a few transformations in DC Comics, evolving into a centrist character. So He-Man and the Masters of the Universe further continued this nuanced portrayal, but the iteration in Revolution appears to be a neutral figure, and the Cosmic Enforcers almost seem like Marvel's Watchers, overseeing Eternia's events without using their powers to make any direct intervention unless it's absolutely necessary. While this might align with Zodak's neutral stance, it poses a potential challenge for someone like Evil Lynn because, despite her shift to the good side, her chaotic nature and recent alignment may clash with the notion of remaining a neutral figure. But again, the offer made by Zodak is left open-ended, so we don't really know if Lynn ended up accepting it. Season 3 of Masters of the Universe could potentially explore whether she embraces this new role or perhaps challenges the Cosmic Enforcers for their passive stance, despite having a considerable amount of power at their disposal. The narrative transitions then the neutral asteroids to what appears to be Etheria, the home planet of Hordak and his horde. Apparently, Hordak's body, retrieved from the battlefield, rests in a healing Bacta tank, and a masked figure visits Hordak, reassuring him to rest as Horde Prime executes its plan. The mysterious character declares their intention to kill Skeletor and He-Man once Hordak regains strength. If you have seen all the 5 episodes, it is quite apparent that this masked individual is Despera, who was Adam's supposed twin sister, Adora, kidnapped by Hordak and trained to become a Horde leader. The revelation of Hordak's abduction of Adora is hinted at in a flashback where Hordak escapes Eternia, leaping from a tower while Randor and Skeletor watch, visibly distressed. Much like the shocking information about Skeletor's true identity as Keldor, the revelation that Adora is Despera is poised to be a revelation that will profoundly impact Adam and potentially all of Eternia in the yet-to-be-announced Season 3 of Masters of the Universe. What is our verdict on this season? Revolution embraces a sense of visual nostalgia in its animation.
Okay. Wait, hold on. I saw something.
Somewhere out there someone needs me. I don't know how or where, but believe.
We can watch this another time. The victims of Yeet. Does Yeet even have victims? Does Yeet even have victims? How long we been streaming? Because I don't want this to giggity giggity geek out. Oh, what's up, man? I'm sorry that I didn't see the chat. People be, hello, is someone there? Question. Yeah, someone. Don't you see somebody in the video? If you ain't engaging, I mean, I know I'm supposed to engage too. If you ain't engaging, I mean, you want me to do something. Let me do this. I'm gonna keep doing it. All right. Hold on. Let me see something right quick. Oh yeah, we 3 hours in. We 3 hours in. Let me put this up. Let me put the chat up so the people who come through the chat, y'all can see me. Y'all can see what I'm doing. All right. Man, it smells good. All right. I'm about to show y'all some VHS tapes. This was going through earlier today. Yeah. Is someone there? Yeah. Ain't nothing in that. Yeah. Ain't nothing in that. Yeah. Well, we down bad officially. Ain't nothing in the pipe. I'm gonna wash my hands again. That crap stank. Alright. My hand was smelling good. It smell like females now. Stink. Smell like nauseous tobacco. Alright, we gotta review these VHS tapes. So let me change the scene. I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show y'all these VHS tapes. And I probably cut the stream in 2 hours. Like around 9. me get some agua in the system too. Oh, no agua in the system. Okay. This bag rip, I'm gonna have to get a flat bag. I don't make bags like they used to no more. Now, Shirley Temple. Shirley Temple. The FBI ain't doing nothing. Guess what? If I could, I would. Oh, some of this Shirley Temple, Wee Willie Winkle. All right, let me come over there and change the screen. Okay. Let me get the mic up right quick. Okay. And you turn your brightness up. Hold on. Alright. Gotta make sure I'm good. Shirley Wee Willie Winkle. Was Jen taken by her mother Jew Lane to live in India. Young girl Temple feisty. Aubrey, a colonel, a British. Before long, she captures the heart of the entire regiment as well as his chief enemy. She using her to respond to the full-scale war. One's about her preventing the war. One's about her going to board school but end up going to Hollywood, getting on a radio show. Shirley Temple Curly Talk. Like she said, she just streamed some of these movies. She got streaming services now. But no law. These Shirley Temple movies. I remember seeing the commercial. This is when she saved a police dude from Indians in Canada off an archipelago. This one got little. Basically a ripoff of The Wizard of Oz. Our Little Girl. She runs away because nobody give her attention. Oh, this is the Brandy Cinderella movie. Uncle Tom's Cabin. I heard, you feel me? If you're Uncle Tom, you're Uncle Tom. It's a term used in the United States. Look it up. This is another Shirley Temple movie. Stowaway. She runs away again. When Ching Chong. Wait, whoa, not like that. Hold on. It looked like it said Ching. It's Ching Ching. Excuse me. When Ching Ching. When missionary gardens are killed by Chinese band. Look, I didn't mean to say Ching Chong. But look, when Ching Ching, they didn't want to say Ching Chong. They want to say Ching Ching. Temple, which is Shirley Temple. Missionary guardians are killed. Dang, her missionary guardians are killed by Chinese bandits. The triad, not the Yakuza. The triad. The Yakuza is Japan, the triad is Chinese. Taking refuge from the rain in a car's open truck. Ching Ching wakes up to find the car on the ship bound for America. Stuart Chong got a lost child, temporary to another pastor in order to give her a proper home, but when the two adults meet in divorce court, it's up to Ching Ching to make them realize they're really in love. So basically, she a Chinese girl who comes to America who has to help two strangers who just got married to help her out to get to America, make them figure out they in love. This Shirley Temple, young people. Oh, let's look at Shirley Temple. Oh no. Okay. I don't care. She was the United States ambassador to Ghana and Czechoslovakia. Damn, she died in 2014? She died when I was in the 8th grade. Alta Mesa Memorial Park. What's that at? Oh, it's in California. Dang. I'm looking up where she was buried. Dang, Steve Jobs was buried where Shirley Temple was buried. William Shockley developed transit. Yeah, tennis. Dang, who else? We know about Shirley Temple. Oh, Ron Pigpen McKernan, Grateful Dead. Yup. Remember, yup, he was buried there. Oh, she was in office with George Bush and some other one. Hold on. She was 27th United States Ambassador to Czechoslovakia. 18th Chief Protocol of the United States. What's that mean? Chief of Protocol. Oh, so the Chief of Protocol duties is going to happen actually this month, going into February. There's a bunch of white men. What's incumbent? Hold on. Oh, so this man, Ethan Rosenweig, he just, Shirley Temple, hold on. Oh, what? Dang. I'm learning so much. Okay, so Shirley Temple, early years, she a Taurus. Dang. 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 The Melvins. Doom metal, grunge, experimental rock, her daughter. That's one. Dang, she was 85. Dang, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Oh, dang. Oh, she smoked cigarettes. That's why she had chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So when those Shirley Temple commercials came on, literally I was a little kid. Like, well, I remember the Shirley Temple commercials used to come on. I don't remember what age I was, but I was young. And alright, Shirley Temple, she was living when I was 14. She was living when I was 14. So she was, to be honest, if you take that away, she was actually alive pretty recently. I know that's probably like 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That's 9 years. That's like 9 years. She been dead for 9 years for real. But if you take 9 years off my age, 9 minus 23 is 10. Not messing around. $13, $14, yeah. You take, hold on, quick math, 13, 14. Quick math. Bruh, why is my calculator not down to open? Open my damn calculator. Yeah, 13, I was right, 13. Quick math. 13, 14, like 2014, around 13, 14, 9 years, yeah. So, she basically, I'm sorry for reading up on her Wikipedia. I had to get the information. I had to get the knowledge. So she basically was alive and she was up and young in 2014. That was 9 years ago. 9 years ago, I was in like the 6th, 8th grade. You feel me? Around 30. You feel me? So she was actually alive and kicking as an old woman when I was in middle school. And then after that, I think, what year did she pass? I mean, I know what year she passed, but what month? She was 85. She passed in like, dang. She died in February 2014. President of the Commonwealth Club of California. Dang, she was trying to get Commonwealth in California. To Czechoslovakia. So many Czechs old, I'm Czechoslovakian. Where you go, I'll go, bro. We Yugoslavian. I like how Drake used that. We Yugoslavian. Me and my bro are Yugoslav. Wherever I go, you go. You know we Yugoslavian. Okay. So that's some Shirley Temples right there. I got more. Dimples. When a society lady adopts her dimples, is discovered by the woman nephew who needs someone to play little. Eventually, she joins another play. Most of these are look, baby, take a bow. Maybe another show. Yeah, it's another show. It's another show. Okay, that's Shirley. That's a lot of Shirley Temples. I got the Fantasia. I got the original Fantasia. Now, this is lit. I got the original Fantasia, and I'm not talking about the singer. I'm talking about the Disney movie. What else? I got Pocahontas, El Dorado, Hercules or Heracles. I got Jaws up in here. Now this jaw right here. This is the 24th. She had the anniversary. Whoever was playing games, like literally, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all, I was never the one who played the games from the movie, like the trivia, but I remember the Spider-Man. I have the Spider-Man disc. Now they don't make this, like literally, they don't make this no more. If you had the Spider-Man Collector's Edition back in the day, you got the Spider-Man CD and you got the Green Goblin CD and you got the third CD. Okay, so one was the movie. Actually, no. One was Spider-Man 1 and 2 together. One was just Spider-Man 1. The other one, I already had Spider-Man 2, so I didn't care. I just had Spider-Man 1 and 2 on the same disc. So after I watched Spider-Man 1, I just go to Spider-Man 2. Then the other disc was the Green Goblin disc, and that was behind the scenes, the interviews, the different processes. You saw Tobey Maguire, like you saw the Spider-Man suit, the different CGI effects and stuff. We could probably pull it up on YouTube for real and just watch it, but I ain't gonna sit here and do it. There's so much. I got so much else to do. Gold collect Pocahontas. Okay. So this right here, Tabo. I remember Tebow or Tabo, Tabu, Tabo, Tabu, Tabo. You feel me? This is the you feel me? In third grade I found out about this dude. In third grade I found out about this dude. And then my teacher was like, you know about Tebow, you know about Tebow. And then some kids, oh yeah, my grandma, oh yeah, mom. Well, guess what? I got the VCS now. So, Billy Blanks has Hollywood's hottest celebrities and superstars, athletes punching, kicking, and dancing, including Sinbad, Carmen Electra, Brooke Shields. Hold on, Sinbad, he need to get back on this. Brooke Shields, Wayne Gretzky, which is dang, Paula Abdul, Goldie Hawn, Sugar Ray Leonard, Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah. Yeah, so this right here, you can work out, but you can also do some karate, some movements. You feel me? Of course, like this is actually what I'm keeping. And I got the second one too. You feel me? I got the. What's this one? This one is blue, one is red. One is blue, one is red. Is he still up? Let's look him up. Tebow. Basically kickboxing. Tebow is a body fitness system that incorporates martial arts techniques such as kicks, punches with which became popular in the 1990s. It was developed by American Taekwondo practitioner Billy Blanks. Such programs use the motions of martial arts as a rapid pace designed to promote fitness. Basically, Taekwondo and boxing. So basically, if you watch these videos, what my dude right here will teach you Taekwondo and kickboxing in a workout way. So your muscles and everything will be big. My muscle, my gain. You see, I haven't did no push-ups. You feel me? I haven't even pumped some iron, but I'm gonna let you know. You can get gains. So I'm gonna find the VHS, and I'm most definitely doing this right here. These are what I actually wanted to do, because now, bro, I got something at home. Like, I can go on YouTube, literally. I can go on YouTube and probably find this dude's videos and stuff. I can go on YouTube and find this dude's videos, but as soon as you get on it, it's very overwhelming. I just want to, you feel me, slot the tape in, just be standing there, be on log and stuff. Be like, we learning Taekwondo, Taibo. We learning Taibo. Or Tabo. Or Tebow. You feel me? Now these are actually my favorite. The Shirley Temple's probably not. Donna Richardson. This is what Nick Cannon was watching in that movie. Chicago. Yup. Yeah, you know it. Oh, I got another one. Another workout. I got three. This is Drumline, Head of the State, a pretty hilarious movie. That's Brandy, Charles, Dirty Dancing, R.I.P. Patrick Swayze. Where the fuck is Patrick Swayze at? Dirty Dancing, Havana Nights, Talladega Nights. Oh yeah, Hocus Pocus. Now I got this whole, Hocus Pocus came back and they back in the new world, but I don't know how the new Hocus Pocus is. Because they came back here and they said, we finally awake again. It's been some years. As soon as they came back again, they like, what's this technology? I want to see that new Hocus Pocus. I'm sorry. All of them could get it. I was young back in the day, and I remember when they all got sex. All of these three women, me, Biscuit Goosey, me. I do the spiritual stuff. I do this, but yeah. All the women are mine. So, yeah, we got Shirley Temples on deck. Now the other movies that I got, because I got more Shirley Temples. Now these right here. What's with all y'all going to California? California. That's why California gonna fall in the water. Too many, bruh. Too many y'all. I want to go visit California just to say I experienced California. Okay. That was that. We looked up on Shirley Temple. this one. Look at this one. Okay. And guess what, guys? A Christmas Carol, the original one, not the, you feel me? Mom and Pop Kettle. My grandma said, look, another Shirley Temples. What's this one? Oh, so she basically gets Cinderella and try to find her daddy because her daddy died during the service, but she don't believe her daddy dead. What else? There's a lot of Shirley Temples up in here. Look. Just around the corner. She meets some dudes. She went from being rich to being broke. Now she gotta depend on a man to save her. Look, Rebecca of the Sunnybrook Farm. Basically, she on the farm. I don't even want to read that. The Littlest Rebel. She got Abe Lincoln. Basically on soldier side. Basically trying to fight the Civil War. I got the Lady in the Tramp. That's a classic. Another Captain January. Basically, she grew up in the waters. The dude saying, this ain't no spot for a child to be in the lighthouse. It's dangerous here. I'm going to send her to an institution. So she, yeah. What else? There's a lot of Shirley Temple. Look, I got one right here. And I think this is her most famous one for real. Heidi. Yeah, this is her most popular one. This is her popular one, Heidi. The Little Colonel, what else? Yeah, basically the Shirley Temple movies. All of them. Now, what I'm going to do with these Shirley Temple movies, I'm going to sell them on eBay. There's some literally, I got a Betty White photo. I got Shirley Temple movies. I got Disney collection movies. Bruh, I got Hocus Pocus on VHS. Y'all got Hocus Pocus on streaming services. If y'all Wi-Fi go out tomorrow, what y'all gonna do for real? I got Hocus Pocus on VHS. I'm rich. Y'all broke. I'm up. I'm up now. I'm up now. I just look. I collect stuff, but I look. My time is coming for me to get all this. I pray to God. Look, I get this bread. I think Shirley Temple and Betty White, R.I.P. both of them. Betty White passed recently, like 2021, 2022, around that. Shirley Temple passed in 2014. To be honest, both of those times are pretty recent. But, because like I said, Shirley Temple, you take 9 years away, I'll be 13. And I'm 23 right now. About to be 24. So yeah, that's the Shirley Temple movies and stuff. I'm about to look up. Hold on. I'm about to look up. Just start when the app is using the microphone. What do you mean another app? Nobody messing with you. Shirley Temple. Oh, I got some Disney classics. I got some Disney classics. I got some Disney classics. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I got Lady and the Tramp. I got Aladdin on VHS. My grandma got some. Oh, hold on. Bro, hold on. Let me see the list, because if I got the tapes I just showed y'all from the whatchamacallit, I got those. All those Shirley Temples, they I think her family already got like a collection of some stuff like that for real. Okay. I don't got Pinocchio. I don't got the Great Mouse Detective. I don't got the Rescuer. I don't got E.T. I don't got the Wildlife. I don't got Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I don't even got the Star Wars trilogy. Now, if I had the Star Wars trilogy, I know I'm getting money off of that. Not Snow White. My Neighbor Totoro. My Neighbor Totoro is estimated. You see that? $106. Don't Look in the Attic, whatever. Sleeping Beauty. The Legend of Hillbilly John. Dumbo. Cinderella. So if I see it, I'm looking. If I see it, I'm about to. They got, dang, Texas Chainsaw Massacre widescreen and stereo surround. They want you to feel the scary movie, man. We'll stream it instead. Peter Pan. The Jump. I had Jungle Book on VHS. It got lost. I know I had Jungle Book on VHS. The Evil Dead. What do I got? 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 Let me show you. What do I got? I showed y'all Aladdin. I got Aladdin. I showed y'all Aladdin. I showed y'all Aladdin. I showed y'all Aladdin. Hold on. I showed y'all Aladdin. I showed y'all Aladdin. I showed y'all Aladdin. I showed y'all Aladdin. I showed y'all up. You probably can't see that. Estimated price. Look, okay. Oh yeah, so basically a lot of Disney movies. Guess what I got? I got Fantasia. I got Fantasia. I got Fantasia. I got Fantasia. Guess what I got? I got Pinocchio too. I got Pinocchio. How much was Pinocchio? 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 My neighbor Totoro. I want to get that movie on VHS. How much was Pinocchio? Give me to the top. 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 Oh, well, this crap is $50. You only gonna get 50 off of this. Dang, you was gonna get 50 off of it. I got Fantasia $300. $300. You see, I got Fantasia, and it says 3 right here. Right here. Right here. You can't see it. I got that. I got that. I got that. Halloween. No, I don't got The Godfather. I think I got Alice in Wonderland. If I had The Lion King on VHS, if I ever find The Lion King on VHS, it's over. It's over. It's over. Next person I find with VHS tapes, it's over. Oh, I needed this movie. This was The Fox and the Hound. That was a sad Disney movie. Dang, this crap is a value at $1,000. Oh, that's Barney. We know Barney. Yeah, Barney gonna go stupid. How much is his price? How much is his price? Dang! The Beauty and the Beast. Damn, Ghostbusters. The Kill Bill. Dang! Top Gun. I should just pull it up here and we just, you feel me? We just go through it. But nah. Okay, they taking us to toys. I'm switching between scenes. Okay, that's cool. These know each. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, whoa, whoa. What's my computer bugging out? Oh, it was on the keyboard. What's up? What's up? What's up? Alright, good. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Testing, testing. Yo. Put this down. Now, I got a few Disney movies. Now, you see it, you probably can't see it, but they back there in that trash bag and stuff. You feel me? So, I was letting my grandma know. VHS tapes go for an insane amount of money. Now, bruh, if y'all know some people that got Star Wars, bruh, just go look up 65 most valuable VHS tapes worth money. I best believe your granddad, your grandma, your uncle that collects like movies, DVDs, Blu-rays, bruh. Be like, let me have the Star Wars stuff. He said, nah, he already knowing. He know I'm saving this for a rainy day. He might tell you, you can get it when I die. Simple. You could get it when I die. That's because most of them be knowing. Now let's see what else movie I got. Mom, Pot, Kettle. Yeah, this Mom, Pot, Kettle wasn't doing nothing. It ain't going for nothing. I think Amazon got the Shirley Temple collection. I don't know how much the price is for real. Dang, hold on. Hold on. I know. Dang. Yo. That's country lawn dancing. Alright. Let's look up the Betty White photo. No, they don't got a real Betty White photo. How much is going for at Etsy? Okay, Betty White's item on display in Beverly Hills. Dang! Okay, I'm a gazillionaire. 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 So I got a photo of Betty White, and I still got it in storage, right? So when Betty White passed, they went to her mansion and they had antique traders. So Betty White had a lot of antique stuff from because you know she Betty White, you feel me? And money. And I looked up on the site and they said they were still looking for more of not stuff that's like you can't be an artist and draw Betty White and try to sell it and say this is Betty White. It has to really be like an antique. A person will come and look and say, actually, this is something that like part of Betty's estate legacy. She signed this. There's somebody who's collecting all that stuff like that because, you feel me? Betty White she knew a lot of people, and I bet a lot of her stuff got sold, and I bet a lot of stuff got sent to, you know, people like real supporters and stuff like that, and it was given away, or it was put in the Betty White, you know, Memorial Museum or something. I think that's where most of the stuff goes. Like, it goes to a memorial museum, and since I have something that's signed of Betty White, it's not fake, not nothing. This crap is real. I know I'm getting some bread off of that. These tapes, some of them, these Disney tapes, bruh, if my grandma got this, my grandma got the Lion King on. If I find more Disney VHS tapes in even if I go to Ed McCase and they selling that crap for $1, that's a steal. Because I know I'm about to get money off of that. I'm about to contact, bro. I got Aladdin is $50. I do got Fantasia. I wish I had a serious Disney movie. Bruh, if I had a serious Disney movie, man, bro, I tell my grandma, forget trying to play the lottery. I tell people I'm rich off of this for real. Because I think I can just get 300 off of it. That's straight. But the rest of these movies, that's why I said, Tabo, you feel me? But these Disney movies, that's why I said they're the classics. The classics that don't exist on VHS no more. The classics that don't exist on VHS no more. I'm about to go back to that website. I want to see. Ooh, I don't care about Shirley Temple. Okay. Jessica Jones, the complete season 1 through 3 series. And y'all selling it for what? And y'all selling it for what? Bro, The Godfather. You know how much The Godfather costs? Oh, and he trying to sell this for like 25 even. This man a dummy. The Godfather's expensive. You probably gotta go to like, you probably gotta go to some corners to get this money. Like, I mean corners. You just can't roll up to the internet. Oh, where's the spot set to get my... You gotta go to a corner. Like, somebody needs that Godfather movie or some... You feel me? Okay. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. $99. Yes. The Sluts and Goddesses. What's this about? That's just off of eBay. What about El Dorado? Pinocchio ain't worth that much. They capping. Oh, I got the Lady in the Tramp. Hold on. The Rescues, Down Under, Dalmatians, Pinocchio. They said Pinocchio is 10,000. Man. Pinocchio costs. It says value at $10,000. Must be out of your mind. Beauty and the Beast. Nah. Alright. Alright. This Shaka Zulu hit. Oh, this is $33. This got some value to it. It's got some value. This Shaka Zulu. And it's unopened too. Dang. Now I'm sitting here plotting and scheming. Plotting and scheming. Nah, the Lady and Trip is expensive. I know my grandma. I know she probably got some Disney. She got one Disney movie that cost $1,000. She got. I know she got one. She got one Disney movie that costs $1,000 to $2,000. And the day she go in to get the VHS is the day I'ma find it, and that's the day is over. Because guess what? If literally there's some more Disney movies, there's Disney movies that people don't have no more. Yeah, you can sell on the internet, but that's why I said, dang, really? Nobody's gonna buy a VHS like that. You feel me? When I looked, the Lady and Tramp already had. If people already, you feel me? Hold on. Y'all gotta have the Master Edition. Oh dang. Y'all wanna know something? The VCO. Nah. If Amazon got hot VCRs, dog, I'm about to start selling VCRs. It's over. So let me put these bags back up. I'm rich. And I'm gonna keep funding. Bruh, I'm gonna be honest. You either wanna find you could buy these off online and people don't want to buy them, but people don't buy VC or VHS tapes because One, we live in a streaming service. Well, we're just kidding. But one, we live in a streaming service. It's the 21st century. The woman who gave me this said, well, I just go stream it now, watch it on. But I'm going to tell you, some of these, back in the day, I was looking. And I'm going to tell you, the adult films, the explicit content, those actually make money. Because those are rare finds. When it came to adult content, only people made a certain amount of video. Those are rare finds. This right here, I don't got that many Disney movies. But if I did, yo, that's why I said my grandma probably got some. And if my grandma got that $1,000 one, $1,000. I mean, we looking up on eBay and stuff like that, but we need to. You think Facebook Market got VHSs? Everybody can just go on eBay. That's why I said, bruh, I need to find a VHS that's hard to find. Like, the Shaka Zulu, the one that I got, it costs like up to 30. The Aladdin is 50. The Fantasia is up to 200 or so. That's why I was like, dang. So, Pinocchio is not really that valuable. Actually, Pinocchio is, but it ain't at the same time. They said Pinocchio is $10,000. There's people really giving VHS for $4 plus tax. Me, if I was to sell some Disney movies, I sell the VHS player and I throw in the free TV. I'd be like, this is a steal, you feel me? It was a steal. All right. Turn that off. Thank you for coming to the streams. Thank you for stopping through. Thank you for really allowing me to talk about VHS tapes. Now, I will, let's see, actually, because I really want to, hold on. will be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday. I might do an early stream. Y'all might see me in some hours for real. I might do an early stream for real. There's still a lot of stuff that we can review. But truthfully, I just hit a deal on these VHS tapes. And I'm trying to figure out how can I... You can just go on eBay and buy some, but I'm trying to figure out how can I get my money back from, like, how can I get some type of fun from this, even if it's like $30 or something. Bruh, I'm trying to find mint condition stuff. I got the Betty White photo. I'm trying to let me look at rare VHS tapes. So I know what to be on the lookout for. Hong Kong Busher. Some of these most of these were just horror movies or low budget films. Hold on, what's this? $1K bought last month. Well, let me see. Oh, this is pretty dope. You plug in the VHS to this, and it's a video player. This crap is rad. VHS to DVD. This ain't bad. Nah. Well, we have to see. Alright, gang. Alright, guys. 4 hours in. Literally 4 hours in. I ain't gonna push it no more. I ain't gonna push 6. I mean, I would jump on whatchamacallit, but I don't got no type of fuel to be going on like that for real. So, this is where I'm about to end it. Tap in tomorrow. I'm gonna be live. I gotta do a law tomorrow, yeah, which is tap in tomorrow. Then the day after that is my last law. Literally my last law. Like I said, I'm dropping 4, like literally. I hope this law don't lag. I hope this law don't lag. I hope I can post this law, clip some of the stuff that I did, do it again tomorrow. I'm gonna see what I can get off on one of these tapes. Probably nothing. Hey. But yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow.